Just a pretty smile, thinking that'll make it right. They come running just as fast as they can, 'cause every guy's worried about a deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman. Gold watch, diamond ring, I got the means to swing. But she's a papa queen, bringing nothing but a blingless thing.
Hopefully you guys are hearing me loud and clear. Another beautiful Saturday is upon us. We got all the folks in here today. Deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman. I love this song. Sorry, just making sure. Hey. Okay, looks like you guys are reading me loud and clear. YouTube changed up its studio app, so I'm like, I hope this thing's working. Man, this song is too good right here. This is some Americana.
Top coat, tail lights, I'm driving through the night. She won't chip in a dime, but starts every fight. Claims emotional.
Yo, man, we got all the folks in here tonight. We got a party going. That's what I'm talking about. Giovanni with the super chat, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that a lot. Just showing some love, man. Means a lot to me, bro. We got Mr. Pitt. Man up and marry that 304. Yep, that's what they want us to do. The song's too good. I just got to keep listening to it. Shout out to Luke Nielsen, the wonderful creator of this amazing tune, which we will soon have posted up on YouTube. I'm going to do Shah's Bold Endeavor next for Mr. Pitt, and then this will be track 3. This will be track 3. Let's get Shah's Bold Endeavor going on, just so we can do our standard 2-song minimum while we wait for the folks to come in. We're still waiting for Klaus to get in here, I think. Oh, Klaus is here. Okay, the party has started. Let me just go back up and see what I missed here. Don DeMarco, shout out to Don DeMarco, says, done the trad thing. Got divorced and survived. Definitely do not recommend it. Oh, man, you know, that is you and so many folks. What up, what up? Yeah, Luke says I did the tradcon too. Ended up divorced and losing my financial ass. Don't recommend. Shout out to Luke. Oikophobic says good evening. Well, yeah, we are rolling. Shout out Luke. Shout out Giovanni. Good night, gents. W. Dontavius. That's right.
You gotta stay gaming, bro. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
I got confessions to make. I mean, I've definitely spent money staying gaming this week. I ordered a Game Boy Micro. Do you guys remember the Game Boy Micro? I ordered a Game Boy Micro because I wanted one of those, and it's currently in Oakland. I'm hoping it can get through customs fine because it did come from Japan, so we'll see if it makes it over here. So thank you to the folks out there who want to stay gaming. Let's go. Shout out Oikophobic. Shah is in the house, and the house is bumping. Welcome in, Michael Sands. Great to see you. I saw your emails today. I want to watch that video you sent me. It looked really interesting. So I also got a paper today. I didn't want to spend I mean, I don't know how much time I'll spend on this, but I was going to include it in our dowry history. And this is about the marriage strategies of Jews in Imperial Germany. And this is a book written in '85 by Marion Kaplan, who she's a lady, and she wrote a lot about this stuff. And I think she might have been a bit of a feminist from what I can tell, but there's some interesting dowry history in here. So we might, I don't know how much of this, I was reading this before the show started, and it was I liked the paper. Now, I know it's probably not practical for us to read all this together, but I figured we read a little bit of the intro, because there were several references to, love marriages taking over and this kind of thing. So I think you might enjoy that, especially you, Michael, saying. Peace, Shah, and what up, y'all? It's always a pleasure to see you, Don. Man, I'm so happy to see the folks tonight. I just feel so good and amazing. Telling you, it's been a fantastic weekend. Hope everybody's having a great weekend too, and a great week. Lima Charlie, gosh, I wish I knew what that was, man. I think I'm missing something about that reference. Trevor, shout out to Trevor, the man who coined the gold pill itself. We're real proud gold pillars over here. I've been feeling a real fire in my spirit for the gold pill lately. Something just reignited in me, and we got to start shouting gold pill from the rooftops. See you, Mr. English. Sorry, they changed up the whole YouTube studio on me, so like I'm sort of lost on where some of my things are here. But you know what? That's okay. Oh, here it is. That's what I was looking for. We got 15 folks in the house. We got 4 likes. If the folks out there, if y'all don't mind, if you can please hit that like button, that'll help me out. And we have that wonderful super chat from Giovanni English. Thank you again for that. Just showing some love. I appreciate that, man. I know that's hard-earned money. And, it's probably even worse so when I can't stop letting money leak out of me for retro video games and things like that. So I appreciate that. Okay. Let me make sure nothing else plays. All right. We got our music. We got our music done here. So we got a full show today, depending on how much time we got. But I saw this video from Pearl, and I really enjoyed it. It's how conservatives trick you into marrying modern women. And she did a really good job sort of referencing the statistics that they like to kind of throw at people, or to say that they're the exception. I think we're having some focus issues here with this camera. That kind of sucks. Wonder why that is. Anyways, she did a good job with that, and there's like a lot of good clips in here, so I think we'll enjoy it. And then beyond that, I have this random thing which I saw throughout the week that I commented on, and I got 1,100 upvotes on my comment, but it's just like a crazy sort of child support story. And I don't know. I just figured that we might enjoy it. Beyond that, and then we also got some dowry history. I was gonna do this paper on Jewish marriages here in Imperial Germany. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then what we'll do is, I did want to go over that Catholic press paper. I mean, I don't want to like torture everybody for too long, but there were some things in here that I thought were pretty good. So we might read a paragraph of this just to get you guys some sources here. I don't want to, I don't want to let the folks down with that. I like to bring some kind of sources every chance we get. Let me just check out this camera real quick and see what the deal is with the focus. Otherwise, it's going to bother me. Sorry about that. I think we're good now. Let's see what we're doing. Yeah, we're clear. It's weird. I usually have it on face tracking, but I must be missing a light or something today. But that's all good. We don't stop out here. Okay, so yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. I thought this video was really good and deserved its own stream. And then if we have time, there's 2 more videos from the guy that we watched last week, the Effective Purpose guy. He's the Christian influencer, and he was doing a video on the breakdown of modern dating. And there was still 2 more videos to that series. So it just depends how much time we got. So I'm not gonna promise that, but you know, maybe we will. Sorry, just getting my chat back up here. We got a lot of chats tonight. Thanks, folks. It's great to see everybody. Here's Klaus. Klaus is in the house. Hello, Shah. Hi, guys. If you put these songs out, I totally will be playing them at work. We're going to get them on the YouTube for sure. Deadbeat Woman is that song. I've just been jamming out to that one. And we're going to get the classics like Shah's Bold Endeavor. I really, you know, I'll just show that right now. I really appreciated putting this song up right here. Oh my gosh. This one right here by Dan the Man. So thanks for everybody who watched that and hit the like button on this. I think what I want to do is kind of make slideshows for the next one. So we have this great artwork, and that was fun. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the others, but I kind of want to make more of a slideshow. I think that'd be pretty cool. So we're going to be working on that. Luke Nielsen in the building. Now it's a party. Absolutely. Did you see the AI art? Are you talking about the AI art that was in the Discord? Apologies, guys. I try to be more active in the Discord. I was just a little busy this week. It's just been a little tough, but I love seeing the conversations. I try to go in there, and this one was pretty funny right here. Dan the Man made that. I try to go in there and look at the stuff and respond where I can. So thanks to everybody who creates a lively conversation. That I appreciate seeing that throughout the week. That makes me, I don't know, it just gives me some good smile in there. Here's another one right here, some gold pill artwork. We need more gold pill artwork, man. I'm telling you. We're going to go gold pill heavy. That's coming. Oh, yeah, this was the updated one. That was the updated one. To your nearest recruiting station. Good stuff, Dan. And then we got some... I know there was some other stuff in here. There's a banjo. Oh, nice, man. We got Coach Greg Adams. Man... I can't believe I got to meet Coach, man. I swear to God, that was a blessing and a half. It was a blessing to meet Coach, man, honestly. I love Coach. What we got here? Deadbeat Woman. Okay, this is a good contender right here for the for when I post Deadbeat Woman. I'm liking this. This is legit. Good stuff, Dan the Man. This is good stuff. I did not see this. Man. Wow. Oh, yeah. We're going to have to do a slideshow. I mean, one of these will have to be the thumbnail, and then we're going to have to do a slideshow or something. This is basically the stream right here, reading old newspapers. This is pretty much what I do in my spare time. I mean, you know, when I'm not working or playing retro video games, it's pretty much, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Oh, gosh. Hopefully I got all of them right there. Good stuff, man. I'm loving that. Thank you so much, Dan the Man. Excellent artwork. I swear to God, I cherish all that stuff. I really do. The music's been amazing. I got just people telling me how much they like that, and I know they want to hear the other songs too. Y'all got to see this AI music doing soul versions of hip-hop tracks like 50 Cent and Bone Thugs. W saying W Silver Pill, Silver and Gold in them hills. Hey, Peter Wright. Shout out to Peter. Once we get to the bottom of the chat here, I'll go ahead and start the video. I just got to hang out with the folks while I can and just enjoy it, you know. Thanks, everybody who hit the like on the video. And I'm just trying to give folks more of a chance to file in. But we got enough to get the video started, so we'll just give it a few more minutes. Baskerville, traditional marriage was to establish fatherhood. Yeah, that's one of the things that he definitely says, and it's interesting to think about that in the context of dowries, because if traditional marriage is about establishing paternity, which, you know, has a lot to do with property transmission, especially when it comes to inheritance and things like that. Dowries, you can pretty much say, formalized a marriage, or a marriage would not happen. So it's almost like dowries and this idea of fatherhood are related, you know, because if marriage is about establishing legal parentage for the father, and a dowry helps establish the marriage, then there's something there. Luke says, you guys see the short from Elena I posted on Discord? I did see that. I think she posted it on Instagram too. That's where I first saw that. I think she tagged me in that one also. Maybe we can play that. You want me to put that in there? Let me put that up. I can't. Did you put that under gold pill content? Oh man. We can get Elena's work on here. Oh, damn it. Sorry, I don't know where you posted it. I did see that you posted it. You posted a YouTube link. Was it in content sharing? Oh, it wasn't content sharing. Whew. This is from our good friend Elena, friend of the channel.
Guys, I often hear women say to other women, ladies, marry for money because you don't want to be poor.
Let's hit the like button there for Elena. Marry for money because you don't want to be poor. Yeah, women have no problem saying that. We know the famous coach-ism, which is, you know, men are in love, women are in business. We're trying to change that. We're trying to get men back into business as they were in business before. They were in business. There is no doubt about that. We have the documents.
And it sounds great, right? We get it. You date the bad boys. Then when you hit the wall,
Elena has like no fear of going there.
You want a good traditional man to bail you out from your own stupid promiscuous choices. Because you want to marry for a lifestyle that you believe you deserve. Well, ladies, I have a question for you. What do you contribute to your own future well-being?
What do you contribute to your own future?
Dowry.
There you go.
It's my right.
Yep. And I mean, we're gonna actually see that in some of these discussions here, about how that contributes to their future well-being. Even the Catholic paper, I mean, so much of that is right in there. You know, the most ghastly social evil of our day, according to the brilliant Catholic novelist John Oliver Hobbes, Mrs. Craigie, it might have been a pen name, is the fact that the self-evident obligation of providing every daughter with the dowry is not universally acknowledged by English parents. It is a serious disadvantage, says this lady, which is unknown to the neglected drudge of a savage tribe. We are disposed to agree with her. This is from the Catholic press. They agree with her. March 31st, 1904. Okay, we have the history. A dowry, no matter how small, enables a girl to make her life much happier, either as matron or spinster, and strengthens her position, whether she desires a husband or is going to battle in the world for an independent living. Australian parents, like English parents, take a great deal of trouble to provide for their boys and give them a good start in life, but they seem to imagine that their duty is done in regard to the girls. When they have had them taught to read, write, and play the piano, the result is to keep the girls in a perpetual state of dependence. If they do not marry, they grow to feel themselves a burden in the home, and if they do marry, they carry to their new home nothing but a few dresses. Oh no. So we'll get back to that. We'll get back to this.
And to your future stability. Do you have dowry? What does your family financially contribute to your future family?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Dowry is a very traditional concept.
Yep. Especially,
and if you believe that you don't need to contribute anything because you are the table, you are no different from any other gold digger out there who belongs to the streets with your toxic entitled attitude, baggage, and delusions. C'est la vie, ladies.
Shout out to Elena for that. I know we see her sometimes in the chat. I think she was streaming earlier today. I caught a bit of that. So if you guys aren't subscribed to her channel, please subscribe to that. You guys see the short film? Oh, yeah, got that. Feminist traditional DV claims were to nullify fatherhood. That's interesting right there. That's interesting. I can see that. I mean, it's more about especially alienating the child from the father in order to get him out of the child's life or out of her life. And then, at that point, the resource extraction begins. Baskerville is the bomb. I know him a little. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't chatted with Dr. Baskerville in a while. I hope he's doing okay. Micro Game Boy. I'm so old. I remember Nintendo Virtual Boy. Yeah, the Micro came out like in 2000 and I don't know if it was 2002 or 2000. I think it was 2005 actually. But it's just so freaking cool. Yeah, I want to hear that paper. Okay, yeah, well, we're gonna have some fun reading some of that. Like, I was looking for stuff to share, and there's plenty of stuff, and I always kind of hesitate with the longer ones because I don't want to torture everybody. But I thought there was some good stuff in here, so I figured, at least we'll read a little bit of it. Come on, just be patient. We got to read the books. It's in the books. Peter Wright says Baskerville is right, but so are feminists who in the 1800s America and England who said screw marriage as a guarantee of fatherhood. Women's claims of cruelty rescind all fatherhood rights. This, unfortunately, is the sword of Damocles that men live under. And, at best, maybe you can try to get a prenup that works, but this is, one of those things that prenups aren't going to be able to do anything about, just like child support or custody of any kind. It can't really be pre-decided in one of those. So this is something that's outside of all of that. Lima Charlie, phonetic for LC, loud and clear. Got it. Thank you, Luke. Oikophobic says, someone referenced the bachelor tax earlier, and it's something else I hadn't heard about before. Do you know any history behind that? I know Peter Wright has a lot of understanding about that. In a way, I mean, you kind of pay a little bit, I'd say, of a bachelor tax in the sense of paying more as a single versus married. But I don't know enough about the history, so I don't want to say yes to that. But I know Peter Wright has done extensive digging into that. You ever consider doing a horror game playthrough on Twitch? Man, I have. The truth is, I hate to admit it, but I'm always been a little squeamish of horror games, But I do have a horror game that I've wanted to play, but I just haven't got around to it. And it's called Amenti, and it's a short horror game. Thank God. But it's basically a horror game that happens like at the pyramids, and you're a photographer. So you just like, it's cool because you walk around like the pyramid complex with your camera like after hours. So that would be a fun one. But man, other than that, I gotta warn you, like I'm just not good with jump scares and I'll deal with horrifying things, but for some reason when it's in the form of media, then it can be pretty scary. I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that, especially the jump scares. The anxiety is crazy. Peter Wright, Bax commenting in 1896, judges hand over custody of the children to the litigant wife whenever she establishes an easy thing to do, a flimsy and often farcical case of technical cruelty. I mean, I've seen that happen plenty just while I was working at child support. That was the secret. Like, that was the secret. And we knew that around the office, too, was that, if she would just get what we called the TRO, which is a temporary restraining order, and you can get that basically just with claims. So they're going to give you that, whoever files that first, and then they'll set out a court hearing like 6 to 8 weeks, depending on how busy they are. But in that interim period, a new normal is established, so before they verify, what's happening or not, one person is now out of the house, which is typically the dad, and by that time, I mean, they would already come in the office and get a case started with us. So we would start getting child support even before the courts heard what was going on with the TRO. Now, by the time it actually went to court, if they found that the claims didn't have evidence or if they threw it out or whatever, by that time, you guys are separated. She's got the custody of the kids. You just can't go over there and Amber Alert these kids back into your house. So you have to then go through the custody court process to get some kind of plan going. So then that takes more time and more money. And by that time, so it sets the whole thing into motion. And it's just interesting to hear that in 1896, it was very similar back then. I'm guessing probably in the U.S. and England. Shapiro looks crazy there. Yeah, he does. We got all our favorite characters here. We got Knowles. This one's a good one. We got our trad wife, and we got our other trad wife. Called the police today. Mom didn't drop off daughter for a month now. Asked the sergeant to call me tonight. Oh man, sounds like a tough situation. I hope that you can get that solved. If you have a custody order and it says that the daughter should be with you from this time to this time, then that's enforceable by law. So they're gonna have to go there and enforce the custody order. That is the order of the court. Sorry about that. You're dealing with that, man. Peter Wright, but so were feminists who in the 1800s American England who said screw marriage as a guarantee of fatherhood. Michael Sayin says, yeah, police brushed me off about it. I told them to have his sergeant call me. Oh, wow. Do you have a custody order? Just curious. Like a formal one? Sorry, man. I wish I could say that was rare. I know. That's the sad part. I saw an interesting post from Joey Swole today. And I mean, it was kind of about female essay on men. But it's funny because your comment kind of reminds me of that, Luke, in the sense that, where's my bookmarks at here? In the sense that it's just looked at differently. Like, because he's a man, they're not taking it as seriously. Here's Joey Swole. Oh, thank you, Mr. Pitt. That collab with CJ was fire. Oh, it absolutely was. I think about that all the time, man. And I got my signed copy of his book right here. Both of his books. Right within arm's reach. But yeah, it just reminded me of this post, what you said there, Luke, and what, Michael Sayin's going through. And Joey Swole, he's like a bodybuilder guy, and he calls out people that do untoward things at the gym, like film in locker rooms, and get mad at people who walk in front of their tripod, even though they're at the gym, And he made this post today, and he said, I went to meet some friends out at a local bar in Costa Mesa. And he's a married guy, I'm pretty sure. The bar was packed shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get through the crowd to my friends, I walked past a group of young women. Not paying much attention, I felt someone grab my chest. Thinking, WTF, I looked over to see one of the young women grabbing me saying, nice muscles, but how big's your D? Before I could even say a word to her, she reached down and grabbed my crotch. I froze and just stared at her. I was literally speechless. I didn't know what to do. If that was a man, I would have immediately defended myself and hit him. But I would never hit a woman. Completely shocked, I just kept on pushing my way through people. I thought to myself I should call the cops and have her arrested, but in all honesty, they would just laugh and not believe me. A 230-pound guy with muscles was sexually assaulted by a 110-pound woman? No way. When I got to my friends, guys and girls, I told them what happened, and they all just laughed at me and dismissed it going back. So, that's the unfortunate kind of reality of the situation there, and your comment reminded me of that. Peter Wright says, when I mentioned above feminists were right in canceling fatherhood, I meant right in their ability to do that, not that they were morally right. Oh, yes. That was a grab for power. Michael Sayin says, right, they don't care if you're a dad, but if you don't return the child to the mom, they will arrest you and put you on TV and Amber Alerts. Oh, yeah. I literally just saw one of those right now. I mean, what you're going to see is that there's a missing child and, some guy took the child or something like that. But, really the kid is what dad or something. Or they'll say the non-custodial parent has the kid. But, yeah, they're going to have the helicopters out for that one. So, and the news cameras. Like, people are going to be watching that in the evening. The whole thing. Sorry, brother, that's rough. We could call CPS on a case like that, and mother would risk losing custody. That's from Klaus. That's good. Sounds like Germany has a little bit better system going on there. Just shows the hypocrisy in police. Like the video. Yes, please hit that like button. Thanks, folks, for being out there and watching. Hitting that like button helps me. Timmy Kramer. Shout out to Timmy Kramer. He's one of our elder MGTOW folks that blesses us with his presence. I've watched the majority of my buddies get divorced. Great. Marriage is a business for women. Most absolutely. Thanks, Klaus, but I don't want to risk losing my daughter and super don't trust CPS. Sorry, Shah. And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money.
Shout out to that guy. All right, all right. Well, we got, hold on, it's one other person. Baron von Misdemeanor, Nala the Ninja is now a trad wife. Exactly. Shout out to the new trad wives. The trads have been steamrolled. Michael Sain says, I have a formal custody order signed by a judge. Daughter is supposed to spend the night tonight. Police said they don't enforce those orders. What? He said he would take a report. That's crazy. They're supposed to do that. That's the whole point of the order. Wow, that's a bit worrying there, Michael. That's not good. Japan is currently introducing a single tax. It will go into effect starting 2026. Wow. There are several videos on YouTube about that if you're interested. Listen, man, if they're going to introduce a single tax, I hope they take that tax revenue and then turn it into some kind of government dowry fund to help young couples buy houses, or I don't know. I hope they do something with that money that helps people instead of just, robbing bachelors blind. Now, it didn't sound gender specific, so it sounds like it's both men and women who are single will have to pay that. So it sounds like, to be fair, a bachelor and bachelorette tax. I hate when they... You know what, man? You just unlocked a memory for me, Don DeMarco. Yes, that is a thing. That's a thing that happens. That's a thing that happened. Tube Stormer, shout out to Tube Stormer. Guys, Shah's proved we are supposed to be paid for not paying for PL. Shah held the dowry. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I really do. Far too kind. All right, sweet. Okay. Gosh, I'm tempted to put in the poll. Oh, by the way, here, real quick. This is I saved this from Paul. Paul asks, why would any rational person enter a contract that requires so much legal armor and the chance it will be penetrated by a judge regardless, with at best a 40% chance of it failing anyway? Make it make sense. And I saw that, and I couldn't argue with that, because I do think it's good to have the prenup discussion and do that, but I think frankly Paul's right. Why even engage with that contract? Why even engage with the marriage, certificate or a license and get involved with the state anyways, prenup or no prenup? So shout out to Paul here. Shout out to Paul. And this was from an earlier post. The use of prenups is skyrocketing. It's not so much because men are wising up. They're still morons where it concerns women. I'm betting the uptick is coming from women who have enough self-interest to protect their assets. So that's an interesting observation from Paul. Sorry, just calling it like I see it. And so that came from the conversation there. Let me just put in the poll. I'm going to let y'all choose. Let's see. Read the dowry paper first or watch the Pearl video. And then we'll put Pearl vid. And then we'll put dowry paper. Okay, start poll. We'll spend a couple minutes. Just deciding on that. Paul Elam is the GOAT. He really is, man. I had to go on a drive last Friday, and I was just listening to a bunch of Paul videos on the drive, and I was like, man, I just remembered, I know Paul's the GOAT, but I just really got to remember and re-experience why Paul is the legend that he is. So shout out to Paul. And guys, you should watch his videos for back in the day. Man, I got to have another discussion with Paul. There's a lot of stuff I got to do. I know I got to have a discussion with Base FCZ also. Shout out to Base FCZ. And I did reach out to Effective Purpose, who made the videos we watched last week. I messaged him on IG. I haven't got a response. So it's looking pretty unlikely because it's, about a week later. But, maybe I'll get a response from him. Maybe him and I could have a chat. So we'll see. 71% so far say the dowry paper. Okay, so maybe let me just give it a little bit more for some folks to vote. And then I'm just warning y'all, just be prepared for a lot of text and a lot of words. Okay, so I'm just telling y'all, it sounds a lot. it's a lot more glamorous when I'm reading it in my mind, but I don't know if that's going to translate on stream. And then maybe we'll watch the Pearl video, and then we'll go to the Catholic press paper after that. And then we'll do the child support video after that, the other one. He's right. He is. I agree too. More women are bringing up prenups. Yeah. If I had to guess, if there is a single or bachelor tax, guys are going to marry their bro to avoid it. That's so funny. It's funny because that is a legitimate strategy, you can say. I mean, they could do that. Otherwise, you know, anybody who takes issue with that would have to, you know, be accused of being anti a specific group. Where is that?
Oh no, not the rainbow version.
Luke Nielsen says, gotta be careful. A buddy of mine married a chick that was down with the prenup, went south after the ring. Now he's getting divorced and they are trying to throw the prenup out. Well, that's one thing I remember Coach talking about. It's one thing if the prenup holds, really depends on how much you got. But then there's also the money you have to spend while they're trying to fight the prenup. I think this is something we saw. Damn, I can't remember his name. It was one of those big celebrity marriages. I did a video on it too. It was for so long ago. And I think the prenup ended up holding in that one, but that's thousands of dollars in lawyer fees. Trevor says, YouTube content of any kind has become brain rot. W paper any day. You know what, man? That's hard to argue with. I do want to, you know, acknowledge Pearl on this one because I thought she did a good job on this one. Speaking of brain rot, I think I did save some Instagram clips, but I'm not going to torture y'all with that. Let me just pull them up just to see what it was that I saved. Here we go. What? Let's see. Oh, man. Oh my God. Okay. One of these. Okay. This is all. Okay. Yes. A lot of this is brain rot, but I do want to share this with y'all. I got one called Unemployed Boyfriend, and I got another one at Look What These Women Did to Tupac. So one of them's like a red pill thing, and the other one is just funny. Thank you, Trevor. Okay, we'll do the paper. We're at 62%. Luke Nielsen said he got suckered thinking since she was down that things would be better. I mean, she was just playing. She was making all the noises. You know what I mean? She was making all the right noises. He thought it was legit. And, you know, she changed her mind. Willing to guess she did not have one of these.
No dowry. It's my right.
I prefer the paper first. It reminds me of History Time with CGA. It's great to start with the quick history tidbit. Okay, it's going to be a little longer than the tidbits, the only warning. But we'll just read the introduction. How about that? And then maybe I'll skip through some of it, or we'll just go to the video. Telling you, if you appreciate film criticism, watch Paul Elam on American Beauty. I watched this Fight Club series. I don't know if I've seen the American Beauty one. Dang it. Yeah, so... Oh, shout out to Gamer. Why do you listen to Pearl? All women other than Janice Fimiango and Aaron from Far From Eden who are available for interview are actually anti-feminist. I like Pearl, and Pearl was very kind to me, giving me a chance and hearing out my dowry discussion and projecting me to a large audience. And I think Pearl has done a good job, especially of calling out tradcon. She's been very consistent with it for a while now. So, you know, I always check out Pearl's stuff and try to be supportive where I can. Real quick, let's see what these women did to Tupac out here. I don't want to...
I have this much respect for women, and
Niggas need to stop giving these bitches all the attention. That's why niggas is dying now.
I have respect for women, ultra respect for women.
When these hoes get horny, niggas die.
She told me I was too nice. I couldn't believe it.
So you need to start checking these bitches, keep your dick in.
It wouldn't work because I was too nice.
We gotta start saying fuck these bitches, man.
They call girls the B word, you know, and they smack and beat, and they're getting girls.
You fucking with a bitch, you need to break her ass and shake her ass. That's how we gotta do it in the 9-3.
In the age of AI, I can't verify if this is true, but if it is, this echoes an experience of many men here. The first comment says, I see growth and experience. Yep. This is a red pill, and if I ever seen one. Fellas, when a woman tell you You a nice guy, that isn't a compliment. This is possibly the best example of a good man turned bad. She told him he was too nice. He was a teenager raised by a single mother. I remember when I thought women could do no wrong, I used to say they are pure and they are angels and perfect. I was raised by a single mother, but man, when I got some experience under my belt, shit. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay, that's enough brain rot for us. That's enough brain rot. We're gonna chill on the brain rot and we're gonna go academic. Okay, we're going academic right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and end this. 56% on the dowry paper. Okay, dowry paper won by 6%. Otherwise, we'd be at the Pearl video right now. 16 people voted, 25 people watching, 13 likes. Thank you to everybody who liked. Fair warning, guys. I mean, it's an academic paper. I don't know what else to tell y'all. But this isn't a book published in 1985 called The Marriage Bargain. The book is called The Marriage Bargain. And it features other papers that discuss, you know, marriage history and the dowry. This one, however, is written by the overall author of the book. So here we go. And you know it's going to be great when the paper is a different color and it's not white. I mean, this is like opening up a book and blowing the dust out of it type level stuff. For love or money, the marriage strategies of Jews in Imperial Germany. A Roman woman once asked Rabbi, I want to say Jose, but it's probably not Jose because there's no line there. Rabbi Hosa, let's go with that. And how many days did the Holy One create his world? In 6 days, he answered. Then what has he been doing since? He sits and makes matches, came the response, assigning this man to that woman and this woman to that man. So if anybody was wondering what the creator has been doing since the cosmos and the world was created, he's been setting us up. Now, that being said, it ain't been set up too good lately, but we're going to just go with that. The customs surrounding the arrangement of Jewish marriages in Imperial Germany reflected ancient Jewish traditions, but also mirrored prevailing practices among the German bourgeoisie. Jewish attitudes toward love, marriage, financial security, and parental control were in many ways quite typical. A predominantly middle-class Jewry, like its genteel counterparts in an industrializing capitalist economy, sought to concentrate capital through dowries and to create economic and social alliances through marriage. The good thing about this paper, too, is that time period is really kind of smack dab and where a lot of these things are transitioning and changing. And it follows the Jewish community and kind of watches how they deal with that. Now, for a long time, the Jewish community is still doing dowries, but after this whole paper is done, pretty much the conclusion is that in order to fit in with prevailing changing attitudes, there are like sort of these arrangements of how they met in a way to kind of seem like it's more a love marriage, but it's still very much practical and dowry driven in a lot of places. Okay. A predominantly middle-class Jewry, like its genteel counterparts in an industrializing capitalist economy, sought to concentrate capital through dowries and to create economic and social alliances through marriage. Jewish expectations and habit revealed the conflict between the commonplace reality of arranged marriages, of convenience, and emerging ideal of romantic companionate marriage. That's the theme, you know, we keep seeing, right? There's traditional marriage, and then there's this new emerging phenomena of the romantic ethos or the love marriage. And then it's funny because I was reading these papers. Well, first of all, I remembered Klaus, because in one part of this paper, it talks about how World War I hurt everybody's pockets so badly that it helped facilitate kind of this transition in a bit. Then I was thinking about Emil Space, who talks about how dating is not something we're supposed to be doing. And, you know, frankly, the way they describe all this stuff, you know, it supports, you know, a lot of what he's saying and how new dating is and how it just doesn't work that well, frankly. I'm here for the history of dowry. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I try to do something every week. Like, I think it's important to get some kind of sources up there. Whoops. Just to keep showing them because it's all there. His Strictly album was fire. The creator was playing Sims. Okay. By the beginning of the 20th century, Jews and other Germans increasingly acknowledged a more sentimental interpretation of the marital relationship. Yet it was only after the First World War that the confluence of structural and post-war economic conditions, not least of which were the entry of middle-class women into the labor force and the damage to middle-class savings caused by the inflation, inflation caused by the war and the entry of women into the labor force, successfully challenged the control middle-class parents had over their children's decisions and permitted young people to quote-unquote fall in love. The Jewish experience was also distinctive, shaped by the status, aspirations, and fears of a minority. Jews differed from the majority in their emphasis on endogamy and their frank concern with financial security. As a distinct religious and ethnic group, Jews were committed to the perpetuation of the Jewish family as an indispensable social institution for maintaining their religion and community. As a minority in a society which increasingly practiced racial discrimination, most Jews sought endogamy and, in fact, had little other choice. Finally, as a group highly concentrated in business, economic interests markedly influenced their marriage decisions. Thus, a study of Jews will highlight the particular concerns of a minority as it typified socially prevalent attitudes towards love or money. The first section of this essay will describe how Jewish marriages were arranged and the relative importance of religious, financial, and personal factors in these arrangements. The second will focus on Jewish and Gentile criticisms of the dowry chase, particularly the widely shared perception that Jews were more interested in financially auspicious marriages than non-Jews. It will offer reasons for this perception, but will suggest that Jewish financial strategies were similar to those of Gentiles of their class. The third section of the essay will survey the more modern ways in which people married, including the infinite variety of arranged coincidences by which couples met and the small but growing number of love matches. Okay, see that small but growing number of love matches. So if anybody was wondering what traditional marriages look like, it was not love matches. In sum, this study of Jewish marriage arrangements and dowries reflects upon the economic and social aspirations of Jews, the socialization and expectations of women and men, and the marriage patterns common among the commercial classes, and the Klaus, forgive me, and the Bildungsbürgertum in Imperial Germany. Hopefully I said that okay. All right, so there's a couple different sections in here. I might not read all of them, but we'll keep going. So yeah. To the highest bidder, arranged marriages and dowries, 1871 through 1918. The socialization and education of women in Imperial Germany had prepared most of them for and limited them to marriage. Marriage was a serious business. Yep, serious business. Too serious to be left to the whims of the individuals involved. Among Jews, parents, family, friends, and matchmakers served to find the appropriate partner for a young woman. Marriages were and by the way, this isn't just Jewish community. This is pretty much most of the community. And by the end of the paper, that's what they established. There was this perception that Jews were very concerned with money, but pretty much everybody else is doing this too. But what you find is as attitudes towards love change, there's a lot of like words, positive words given to love. And we read this, we have the other, you guys remember the other German paper that we read, which was about romantic love or material interest. You guys remember that one? Let me see if I can. This was the one that was actually about, German marriage practices. So there was this kind of stereotype, you can say, about the Jewish community. Now, in that other newspaper article we did read was that the Jewish community did practice dowries going for a while, especially in France. But this is something that pretty much everybody was doing. So, yeah. Okay. Among Jews, parents, family, friends, and matchmakers served to find the appropriate partner for a young woman. Marriages were and men too. This is written by, and men. Marriages were contracts between families. Yes, they were. Material factors were of primary importance. This varied according to class, with the upper strata where marriages involved substantial property transfers, exerting the greatest control over love and courtship behavior. Families saw their goal as providing young women with economic security and a socially acceptable role, that of wife. Women, in turn, had to provide for their own happiness by controlling their behavior and emotions so as not to interfere with their status and duties. Isn't it crazy that, like, when it comes to, like, red pill or the way we view things now, not we, but, like, it's even in a lot of the manosphere. It's just like, well, women are hypergamous. Men are logical, but women are emotional. Women can't control their emotion. Like, okay, I sort of get what they're saying, but at the same time, if this was what the norm was back then, women, you know, having to maintain and control their emotions and focus on status and duties, you know, it almost sounds like maybe we shouldn't just be giving people a pass and say, oh, well, they just can't control their, yeah, I mean, everybody's got to control their emotions to some extent. Although new attitudes toward love as the foundation of marriage had received public attention in Germany with the development of the Romantic School. Okay, the Romantic School. So it was not like this for hundreds and thousands of years, Matt Walsh. This was something that was new. These were the woke people back then, right? This was woke. Okay, these are the woke folks. The Romantic School of the early 19th century. It took over 100 years for these ideas to become widely accepted. Okay? By the end of the 19th century, middle-class families began to pay lip service to notions of sentiment and love. And you remember in the video I did with Paul Elam, we went through the newspaper articles from like 1700 all the way to like the early 1900s. And we saw kind of the shift. We saw the debate. Don DeMarco says Romantic School, enroll now. Yes. Remember to pay your tuition, folks. Love ain't free out here. Love is not free. As memoir literature and intermarriage statistics imply, there were more opportunities for a minority of young people to respond to romance and more occasions when they announced their intentions to their parents. However, as we shall see, and we saw this in this paper also, right? There was lip service given to love. It was kind of becoming culturally popular. But when it came down to it, people had very pragmatic concerns, and the dowry and the purse was a central feature of that. However, as we shall see, this was the exception rather than the rule. The exception rather than the rule, folks. And even then, couples sought parental consent and understood the importance of financial considerations. There it is. Even as love was getting popular. And we know, see, when we combine this with the stuff that we saw in the newspapers, we've read plenty about how love marriages without dowries are kind of fated to fail, or they're not as stable. We got the English looking over at the French, and they're like, man, should we bring the dowries back? We saw some of that last week. I can bring some of those up if you don't remember. Where's my Dorothy Dix? We had the dowry plan. We had all these kinds of things. So, we have stuff like this. The dowry system was good. And they're just talking about how tough it is without it and the resentment that grows between the husband and wife. Look at them having a tough, she's pissed. She doesn't got her own purse with her. It's just creating issues in the house. And this guy's expected to just pay for everything. And, they'll make no sense out here. We're going to read more about that in the Catholic press paper. Okay. So, we're putting it all together, guys. We have so many different sources from so many different places, and we're tracing together. We're tracing together what happened. We're seeing the pushback against the traditional system. We're seeing the romantic school of thought enter. We're seeing feminists seize on this. We're seeing romantic love fall apart in exchange for what then becomes a welfare system that just becomes it becomes institutionalized chivalry. You know what I mean? It's like you have romantic chivalry that then becomes institutionalized chivalry when you create a system that says, oh, the hell with it. We'll have this welfare child support system where we just extract the wealth. So it was this slow changeover. And that gets into discussions that like Baskerville has about the attack on fatherhood and what marriage used to do for, paternity and things like that. So the picture is becoming clearer the more we look at this, shout out to the 30 viewers, shout out to the 15 people who hit that like button. Please hit that like button. We don't stop out here. We keep going. For the majority, those involved in arranged marriages, the tension between an impossible and irrelevant romantic ideal and a more practical reality. See, that practical, that's what the gold pill focuses on. The practical reality. You know what I mean? That's the important thing here.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
It's about negotiating and understand. It truly is about understanding your worth and value, to be honest, and understanding how that's bargained. The marriage bargain. That's what this book is called. It's a bargain. You know, arrangements just don't happen willy-nilly. Arrangement happens, you know, with the deal making in consideration. So, okay, moving on. And a more practical reality was resolved by covering up arrangements to look as though the partners had met by coincidence. So as romanticism's becoming popular, families are still pretty much doing arranged marriages, but they're just kind of making it seem like it was a romantic thing. Like, oh, well, they met at so-and-so's get together and they took a fancy to each other. But in the background, there's still a whole dowry discussion happening. When this was not possible, participants attempted to solve the contradictions between love and marriage. See that? A contradiction between love and marriage. By falling in love. This is where falling in love comes from. During the engagement, well, I don't know, comes from, you know, chivalry getting hijacked by romantic chivalry, even though that still was outside of marriage. And then it slowly going into marriage, and then eating marriage from the inside to give us what we have now, which is the no-fault hellscape of the current world. So I'll start from the sentence. When this was not possible, participants attempted to solve the contradictions between love and marriage by falling in love. During the engagement or shortly after the wedding, the incongruity between ideal and reality could be found in the popular literature and social criticism of the era. In the cliché-ridden and popular books of Elise Polko, German women read of conventional roles for women, of subservience to men, of motherhood and housewifery. Oh, the horror. Only to be transported into the realm of love at first sight. Okay, so here come the novels. This is Morning Glory Milking Farm. When his eyes struck her, her soul underwent the most meaningful changes. And as the desired and feared hour neared in which the words, "I love you," fell, the golden doors of a new world opened. The satirical weekly, Simp, hold on a second, Simplicissimus, we'll just call him Simp for short. Well, now hold on, debunked such romantic nonsense. Oh, okay, he may be the opposite of a simp. Simplicissimus debunked such romantic nonsense of a figment of bourgeois imagination and contrasted it with a reality which forced middle-class women into mercenary marriages. Well, shout out to Simplicissimus. The Chinese are certainly barbarous. Oh, they're coming after the Chinese. They sell their girls openly in the marketplace. A man informed a woman at a party. Okay, here comes the propaganda. The woman replied, "Why, isn't that awful? How long will it take them to learn to sell their girls in private as we do?" For Jews, as for other bourgeois Germans, marriages of convenience, Vernunftigen. Somewhere out there, Klaus is like, no, that's not how that's pronounced. Versorgungsehen were a commonplace throughout the period under study. Yet marriage patterns, as well as attitudes towards marital partnership, did not remain entirely static. A slow evolution from traditional attitudes prepared the way for the more modern courting and marriage patterns brought about by long-term structural changes, as well as the First World War and post-war economic dislocations. I remember Klaus discussing in the Discord, probably about like 7 months ago, this idea about the effect that the world wars had, you know, on the marriage market, so to speak. So shout out to Klaus there with the insight. In order to analyze the various forms of marriage and the changes in marriage customs, we must define what is meant by dowry, trousseau, and arranged marriage. For purposes of definition, a dowry, mitgift, was a transfer of property. All right, yeah, transfer of property.
Your dowry, it's my right.
to the bride, transfer of property to the bride from her family as she entered marriage. That, you know, this is also called in the academic papers a pre-mortem inheritance, meaning the parents are still alive, but they're cutting off the daughter with her inheritance portion. They also call this a marriage portion at the time of the marriage. And this was fundamental in the negotiation of the marriage. So it's like, how much are you going to break off your daughter here so we can get this started on the right foot? We'll read more about that, at least in the benefits of that, you know, in the Catholic paper, as far as how it starts off marriage life. This property could consist of cash. Okay. Real estate. I like that. Jewels, stocks, or other transferable wealth. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Your dowry.
That's right. Dowries predominated among bourgeois and propertied peasant marriages in the period from 1870 until 1918. Their persistence allowed a small middle class to accumulate capital by redistributing its savings among other members of its stratum, while those below and often above scrambled for similar means of creating and perpetuating wealth. For women, the dowry weakened the social situation of the unmarried, particularly those in the lower ranks, while it continued to bolster the social status of a relatively small group of women by means by adding to their economic weight and hence familial status, right? So marriages help with familial status. There's a lot there in that sense. Among the latter were most German Jewish women. Okay, so they were doing pretty well. A result of the predominantly middle-class status of German Jews in Imperial Germany. For the minority of German Jewish women, those too poor to accumulate capital, their work became their dowry. Yep, because they were sitting there working, trying to save money, or maybe somebody donated to them, you know. But yeah, so overall, the community of German Jewish women were fairly well-to-do. So shout out to them there. Along with the dowry, German middle-class and propertied peasant women were expected to bring an extensive trousseau, Ostuer, Ostatung, into the marriage. This often included linen clothing, tableware, kitchen utensils, and furniture. Furniture is not cheap, by the way. Furniture is not cheap out here, especially if you want good furniture. If you want furniture for a house that you're going to use for a lifetime and bring up these kids in. Among peasants, the trousseau, particularly the hand-embroidered linen, was of great importance. When a young woman married, she often possessed far more linen than she needed for her household. Families invited their neighbors in to examine the linen and needlework to everyone's delight and admiration. The trousseau became the pride of the middle class. Horher Tochter, probably did a bad job pronouncing that as well. Confined to the home after their meager education, they stitched away the waiting period. See, you had something called the waiting period. The waiting period is the time between graduation and marriage on the linen and finery that would last them a lifetime. I mean, do we have a waiting period today? I'm going to put that in the poll question, even though it's probably pretty obvious. Do women have a waiting period? No, a waiting period today. Okay, I'm not going to make the joke. It's not a good joke. Start. A waiting period. Okay, I don't know. Some of these women turn 18 and there is no waiting period at all. It is straight to OnlyFans. We did not wait even 24 hours before the OnlyFans was. There is no waiting. People want their instant gratification now. Okay, so yeah, that's where we're at. By the turn, oh, here we go. I'll just read that again. Confined to the home after their meager education, they stitched away the waiting period. The time between graduation and marriage, I mean, the waiting period now is about 3 dates. Max. I mean, at max. Then after that, the waiting period is over. And honestly, for most people, probably 3 dates is that's a straight. Okay, anyways. The time between graduation and marriage on the linen and finery that would last them a lifetime. So they'd be working on that trousseau during, the waiting period. By the turn of the century, Klaus says, sure, the waiting period is the hoe phase. Yeah, there you go. And then when they hit the sort of, last minute buzzer shot, they're at the JUCO 3.5 seconds after the, exactly. Yeah, I forgot about the JUCO. Yeah, it's not even just OnlyFans. They're literally at the JUCO. Like, right, as soon as they can. As soon as they can. Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about, Mr. Pitt, but yeah, I mean, when you really think about it, that is true. Like, OnlyFans is one thing, but then there's the JUCO also. Dan the Man says he hit no by mistake. Okay, so we'd be at higher than that. That's all right, Dan the Man. Don't even worry. Okay. By the turn of the century, even this pastime became superfluous as more middle-class families bought extensive linen trousseau in stores, which began to specialize in these items. See, that's an interesting point too, right? With industrialization is, instead of hand stitching clothing and stuff and linens, it's being done in factories, and it's becoming cheaper to buy them than make them at home. So, markets and things are changing in that way too. Cottage industries are, maybe getting hurt by that, if I'm using that phrase right. As stores began to carry lines, as more middle-class families bought extensive linen trousseau in stores, which began to specialize in these items. As stores began to carry lines of trousseau furniture, costs mounted. The trousseau was as expensive as it was extensive. A bill could run from $2,000 to $3,000. I don't know what M is. I want to say marks. I don't know if that what the German currency was back then. I want to say marks, Deutschmarks, but I'm just going to go with that. For all necessary linen, kitchenware, and a bedroom suite. Another 2,500 to 3,000 marks would buy a dining room, living room, and kitchen furniture. In Die Family, the conservative writer Wilhelm Ryle bemoaned the expansion of the trousseau in the mid and late 19th century. He complained that whereas the trousseau used to be made up of a few trusty old pieces of the family's furniture, it now had to be brand new. Equipped with a substantial dowry in trousseau, a young woman could expect to have her future, that is, her marriage, arranged for her. Formal arranged marriages, with rare exception, were unions including dowries. See, there it is, folks. I think the one thing like people hear when they hear arranged marriages, all they imagine is like two people irrationally getting together with no choice in it. But no, it is a very rational decision that has very pragmatic and material interests and pragmatic concerns at the center of it. And there is very much a transfer of wealth and property. I would go so far as to say if there is no marriage transaction, it's not a true arranged marriage. Klaus says it's the short mark. Currency was the Reichsmark. Got it. So I can just call it the mark. Okay, thank you for that, Klaus. I appreciate that. I was reading this paper earlier, and I was like, I probably could have Googled it, but I was like, Okay. Formal arranged marriages, with rare exception, were unions including dowries. Let me just end this poll real quick, guys. Sorry, I just don't want to have it out there. Shout out to the 16 people who hit the like button. Thanks for hitting that like button. 82% plus Dan said no. No, they do not have a waiting period. Okay. Okay, yeah, so we got that in there. That was fun. They were unions involving a substantial exchange of wealth for security. See that? Wealth for security? Except people out here, nowadays go out there and they become an NFL player and make all this money and say, look, I can give you security, and they take nothing else in return other than, some romantic notion. Okay, so we got an exchange going on. While, as we shall see, a complex combination of age, status, looks, education, religiosity, and geographical location was a factor in the equation. The primary transaction was one in which dowries and trousseaux were traded for a bridegroom's financial position. This is the part that men have forgotten today. There is a trade for the financial. This is what the tradcon men have forgot. Like, listen, if you're not a tradcon conservative, then, you're part of the New Deal, you can say, and then she's working, and then you're working, and make similar income or something, and then you guys decide to figure it out. Cool. But if you're, a Michael Knowles kind of guy or a Matt Walsh kind of guy, then it's like, no, well, she should be a stay-at-home mom and you got to work and do everything. But they don't often mention how that actually worked in the past, right? There was a trade, the bridegroom, this is you, this is the men's financial position. This is what it means to value and remember your worth. Instead, somehow we got gaslit into, well, you know, and the things that the women do and the beauty and the this and you know, and the bearing of the kids and that and this and I made dinner for everybody today, and even though everybody needs to grow up and do these adult activities, not to mention men do plenty of unpaid labor for the home. We get into that, but the gaslighting was real. The partners met on the initiative of others for the express purpose of matrimony. In an arranged marriage, the union was determined far more by economic concerns than by personal. This is the check on hypergamy. Than by personal inclinations. This is the romantic ideal. This is the romantic ethos. Although the prospective bride and groom were invariably asked if they found their intended partner suited to them, before the turn of the century, it was the rare individual who answered in the negative. That would have been a gross insult, for in truth, one married into a family. Into a family. That's an interesting phrase right there, too, like into a family. And it's less like, if I asked you, do you marry into a family today? I think a lot of people would still say yes, because the fact is you marry into each other's families, whether you like it or not. I do think people probably try their best to stave that off, but I think a lot of people have experienced, the other family or whoever just kind of, barging in, right? It's almost like hard to avoid. Do we still, I'll do that as a poll. We'll give Dan the Man another chance to hit a poll button. Do we still marry into the family? Question mark. Okay. Big fan of polls over here. Big fan of polls. Okay. Such an officially arranged marriage must be distinguished from a relationship in which the couple met as a result of others' intervention, but where marriage was not the openly acknowledged goal. What are they talking about? A marriage resulting from an informal or coincidental situation, although possibly foreseen by those involved, was not in a strict sense arranged. Although such a union proceeded within social and economic parameters, which were consciously or unconsciously respected, often including dowry considerations. Look, even in the romantic love marriages back then, dowry considerations were still there a bit. The couple involved took some initiative and expressed individual desires. And earlier it mentioned it still required parental consent. Okay, before the 1870s, Jewish marriages had, with few exceptions, been arranged. Okay, yep, that tracks with a lot of other communities' marriages. In her memoirs, Gluck. Okay, hold on. Gluckel. Okay, it's got the two dots. Sorry. Gluckel von Hamelin, born in 1646, described her own two arranged marriages, as well as those of her 12 children, noting the significance of financial considerations. 12 children. Families respected a good name and religiosity, but dowries, often for boys and girls, were essential. See that? Dowries, essential.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Money was the only insurance Jews had against political and social insecurity. Barely tolerated by local rulers, Jews paid extortionate sums for residential permits and the right to eke out an existence. Dowries enabled families to finance investments and extend the businesses which paid for limited tolerance. See, that's another interesting thing, too. It's like dowries help to create a strong community and a very solid community. And people are very concerned about, my culture and all this kind of thing and to preserve the culture. But it's just like, how do you keep the members within a given community of culture incentivized to marry within their culture? A dowry helps with that. It's like, listen, you, as the daughter, you will be given the dowry or you'd forfeit your inheritance if you don't want to do this. And you can go out there into the world and try your best. If you want to do that. If you choose to allow us to have some suggestion in who you're going to marry, then this is what's on the table for you. On the other side, for the men, I mean, they would probably forego their inheritance also, which they're going to get later on. But for them, it's just like if you marry within the in-group, endogamy, you're going to be married to a wife that has this. It's going to help you get settled. You can get your trade shop opened. You're a blacksmith. We're going to help you get the shop set up. You know what I mean? We're going to help get that house set up. So there's a high incentive to marry within your community. But if none of that's there, then what the hell difference does it make? You know what I mean? All right. Moving in. Dowries enabled families to finance investments and extend the businesses which paid for limited tolerance. Also, dowries served as the basis for establishing a home and family. There you go. This is how families get established right here. This is how families get established. The beautiful thing about the dowry is if you want strong families and communities and you want smaller government, then you have to have some kind of regulating force that allows families to form and stay strong. If you're going to have these loose familial connections, which is just based off love, then you have to, like, I hate to say that, but it's like you're going to have a very big state that it has its tentacles involved in your family life, because since families aren't really governing themselves or regulating themselves, the state's going to get involved. Okay, and then you start to get the welfare state. These people can't stay together. They hate each other now. Nobody even owns anything to begin with at this point. You know, living off of, I don't know. It's just living off nothing basically. Then, keeping people to stay together. There's no long-term considerations. The state gets more power that way because people aren't doing a good job of governing themselves. Okay, moving in. Partners who came from different cities and sometimes countries did not see each other before the wedding, but that did not seem necessary to Gluckle. She rested assured that 40 days before the birth of every child, a call goes forth in heaven. Such and such a child shall be given the daughter of so-and-so. If the financial negotiations for a proposed match did not work out, then it had not found favor with God. If the couple married, then it had been foreordained. Marriage brokers, this is the matchmakers of yore. Marriage brokers took an active role in facilitating this predestined union. Their contacts reached across national boundaries, particularly when seeking matches for the wealthy. But we kind of saw this with U.S., rich U.S. daughters getting married into European nobility, so much so that the New York Senate had to start putting an end to this. It was going, they're basically taking money out of the U.S. and putting it back into Europe in its own way. Titan Struggle. Shout out to Titan Struggle. I think it's my first time. I think I've seen you in here before. Only smart people will understand this. Damn the man, you're hitting the tradcons with that point right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a discussion I'd love to have with them too, so hopefully we can get some more folks on board and have some fun talks, Marriage brokers took an active role in facilitating this predestined union. Their contacts reached across national boundaries, particularly when seeking matches for the wealthy. But even the poorest could anticipate an arranged marriage, although this often took longer, right? And this is a discussion we've had, right? This is, only the wealthy did that. It was only something the royalty did. If you're poor and you don't own property, it's probably going to be a little bit less considerations in that. But still, for a lot of people, they didn't get married if they didn't have a dowry. And we read that in several places. Or they're working and saving up money for a dowry, or hoping on some kind of charity, Saint Nick and a stocking or something like that, right? So, if a young woman had no dowry, she waited until a wealthy person or a communal organization provided a modest gift. I mean, we saw, we had that newspaper article with the Pope handing out dowries at the Annunciata. And he did a few formal ones, but they handed out a bunch of them that year to the women. So, that was one form of what we're reading here. If a young woman had no dowry, she waited until a wealthy person or a communal organization provided a modest gift. Throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, arranged marriages and the need for dowries remained much as in Gluckel's day. However, the bride and bridegroom generally met each other before the wedding, and parents respected strong dislikes despite the financial penalties for breaking an engagement. So that's interesting right there. Even as reformers challenged orthodox assumptions, here come the woke people. Guys, this is the woke people. And rituals in the mid-19th century, orthodox traditions regarding marriage arrangements continued to be observed by liberal families. Now, this is Orthodox Jewish community. In 1900, one young woman found it perfectly normal for her father to announce, "Put on a white dress. Today you are getting engaged." Families took the lead to find suitable partners for their eligible members, and in working out the details of the engagement and marriage contracts, they did this as a family service and/or as a mitzvah, a good deed. Women used kin and friendship networks for informal brokering, and men conducted the financial discussions which preceded any formal encounter. Whereas prospective brides remained passive, often unaware of their family's project, grooms, particularly older ones, also took initiatives. And parents or relatives often pressed young women into marrying. The Friedman family serves to illustrate the typical arrangements of the era. In 1889, a young businessman sent his friend to Mr. Friedman to arrange a marriage with Mr. Friedman's 19-year-old daughter, Eugenie. She had never met the man, but had noticed him when buying in his shop. Her father told her that a wealthy businessman had asked for her hand. Father, grandmother, and several aunts urged her to accept. We got the whole family in this. This is family-centric. In 1894, her parents informed 23-year-old Martha Friedman that a young suitor, Freyer, would come to visit her. The young couple met and agreed to marry on the spot. Financial arrangements had already been discussed prior to their meeting, and the individuals approved of each other's appearance and manner. See, this is where this is choice right here. There's choice in there. There's choice in there. Beyond this, they knew nothing of each other, assuming only that each would fulfill well-defined roles and duties. The last two Friedman daughters met their future husbands through the intercession of friends and distant relatives in 1903 and 1906. See, so this is what it used to look like. This is the part that reminds me of Male Space when he talks about dating. Atmospheres. Hey, shout out to Atmosphere. Thanks for being here, brother. Shout out to you and a salute to you, Atmosphere. Did dowry get replaced by over-the-top weddings? Short, or did dowry ever put the family in debt like some lavish weddings do now? Some people will say, well, you know, the wedding traditionally paid by the woman's side is kind of a pseudo dowry. And you can say, you know, the engagement ring is kind of a pseudo bride price. You know, I've heard that before. The way I look at it is it's not a true dowry because it doesn't serve any of the functional purposes of the dowry, right? So if it's not helping to set up the household or establish, you know, any firm grounding and make their married life better in that way, then you can maybe argue it's a little bit of a callback, but it's really not doing the job. So really, it was replaced by the romantic ideal and the romantic ethos, which, you know, became more affordable to people as modernization set in. Now we're living in a time where things are becoming very expensive, especially when it's like houses and things like that. So, you know, some guy can't come riding on a white horse and say, "Don't worry, baby, we'll live in this 3-bedroom apartment for now for, you know, $700 a month. And then we'll save a down payment on a house and get that going. Don't worry, I got it. And here, you enjoy this washing machine and dishwasher and all these other things." So yeah, you know, so people need to think about where they're putting them lavish marriage monies at. But yeah. So anyways, yeah, moving back in. Thank you for that question. Titan Struggle says, also, I found this page by CGA, shout out. Thank you, man. I think about, like, I was very blessed to meet Coach Greg Adams. And, you know, sometimes I look at my copy of his works here. If I'm, you know, maybe I'm not feeling super motivated or I'm looking for some motivation. And I especially look at what he wrote to me in this book. And it helps to keep me going. So, you know, Big shout out to Coach. Anyways, yes, let me just move in here. And again, I know I wasn't planning on torturing y'all with the whole thing. Maybe we could read a couple more paragraphs, and then I could take it to some other parts in here. Just, I guess I could always ask. Oh, we had another poll going. Whoops. What are we at right now in time? Hour and 14. You could probably spend another 20 minutes on this. Do we still marry into the family? 67% say yes. 33% say no. Personally, I think yes. You marry into the family, no matter what. So, no matter what, like, you're gonna find out about it one way or another. Michael Sane says dowry was a way for a less valuable woman to secure a more desirable male spouse. Yes, this is how you get monogamy in that way. Parents frequently arrange marriages after making formal inquiries with respected families or after coincidentally meeting a prospective partner for one of their children. The future in-laws of Flora Goldschmidt encountered her on a train journey. Vaguely aware of her family's favorable status and position, they enjoyed her company and decided they would like her as a daughter-in-law. The groom's family asked their friend, Flora's uncle, to introduce the young couple. The young couple visited her home on 14th May, 1872. They were engaged on 1st June. It had been love at first sight between in-laws and the bride. Between in-laws and the bride. See, that's kind of interesting. Instead of love at first sight between the man and the woman. The future father-in-law of Jacob Rosenheim took a more formal approach. He wrote a letter to Rosenheim's parents asking if their 27-year-old son would marry his 17-year-old daughter. Both families had corresponded about Jewish and philanthropic concerns, but did not know each other personally. The young Rosenheim was engaged to his bride several days after they met and married a few weeks later. Rosenheim later became the founder of the Orthodox Agudas Yisrael, whereas liberal Jews permitted some individual initiatives. Among the Orthodox, strictly arranged marriages continued to be the rule throughout the imperial period. According to one observer, born 1880, in the Orthodox tradition, every girl was suited to every man. She had so little personality that she could adjust to every man. Ooh, feminists aren't going to like that. Feminists aren't going to like that. Brothers, particularly when they were their sisters as formal guardians, often arranged marriage partnerships. In 1862, a 17-year-old was talked into marriage by her brother, who was also her guardian. She and her contemporaries considered 17 to be a very young age, but she dutifully submitted. Another brother persuaded his sister to marry by assuring her that if she consented, then it will be as if you have bought yourself life insurance. Brothers drafted friends as well as casual acquaintances in their pursuit of partners for their sisters. Some of these marriages in turn provided business opportunities for the brothers. Throughout the imperial period, brothers placed matrimonial advertisements in newspapers for their sisters. Seeking for my sister, advertisements and initiatives may have been particularly numerous in a society in which responsibility for the family fell to the eldest male when both parents were deceased. Furthermore, according to a Jewish source, brothers only married when their sisters had been settled. This is something I've read about several times. You saw this in Brazil too, where there's this kind of like obligation to get the sister married first. Sometimes she'd even receive a bigger portion than the brother would get at the parents, passing. So it would delay the brother's marriage a bit. Honeydew. All right. Here we go. Seeking for my sister advertisements and initiatives may have been particularly numerous in a society in which responsibility for the family fell to the eldest male when both parents were deceased. Furthermore, according to a Jewish source, brothers only married when their sisters had been settled. They were brought up to regard this as a necessary moral preliminary to their own marriages. While this assertion remains to be proved, there is some statistical evidence to suggest that brothers might have postponed their marriages in order to contribute to their sisters' dowries and see them married off. Thus, family members were actively involved in helping each other find appropriate partners, ones who would suit the personal and financial requirements of the individual and the family. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking about skipping it, but I kind of want to read Another couple paragraphs. That's what it is with these, man. See, it's like I start reading these and then like I just get super into it. Let me just put a poll out there. If y'all want me to start the Pearl video, I mean, I don't mind doing that. And then we can also, this is a good paper. Then we can also switch over to the Catholic press after we finish that. Keep reading the paper or switch to Pearl video? Question mark. Okay. Paper. Pearl video. There we go. Start poll. Let's see here. Oh gosh. Hey, Karen Takar. Shout out Karen Takar, man. It's good to see you, man. We got a Can Lopez in here. Can Lopez. Shout out to you, Can. I think this might be my first time seeing y'all. Thank you. Can you react to why men should never get married by psych depth? It provides fresh perspective I haven't heard elsewhere like you do with the Western dowry. Husband in a modern dowryless marriage. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll tell you what. What I'll do is I will search that up right now and I'll add it to my react list. So if I can't get to it today, I could try to do that in a subsequent stream, maybe even next week. Why men should never get married. Psyche depth. So we'll add that. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I see that. Let me just put that. Oh, man. Come on, YouTube, load. I need you to do this. I don't know why. Whenever I'm streaming, I mean, maybe it's because I'm using so much internet. Okay, there we go. I got it saved. So we got your video saved. It looks like I did start watching it at one point. Maybe someone else had recommended that to me. Oh, is there a part 2? Okay, well we can put that in there. So, oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm looking for my paper. So yeah, we can do that. But yeah, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Okay, Luke Nielsen says, problem being, women can on a whim destroy even that arrangement. Yeah, and I mean that is the no fault. Like the no fault deal just really gets us kind of firmly stuck into the situation we are now, especially with the state, the welfare state, and the state just needing to be here to like prevent this, you know, or not even prevent. I mean, it is a catastrophe. Excuse me, I misspoke there. But to like be involved in this, I guess, mitigate, if you want to even, I don't even know if I believe that word for that. Oh, that's some good water right there. I needed that. Okay. But yeah, I hear you, Luke. Karen Takar says, hey, Shah, how are you, man? This paper is very interesting. Thank you for sharing this. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I like doing the reading streams, I'll be honest, you know, but I know it doesn't really make probably for like the best video watchings. Dan the Man says, I mean, you know, I guess it's okay to listen to, but I know the screen is like mostly this, right? So it's not, it could be a little disorienting. Dan the Man says, the article and the point you're talking about reminds me of Post-Millennial Man's latest video. It's interesting seeing it through a gold pill lens. I'll have to go check that out. I usually watch his stuff, but I don't think I've seen his latest video. Monogamy made high-value men more valuable than women because high-value men could only marry one woman. In a polygamous society, high-value men would marry many women. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have that pulled up, Michael. There it is. Karen Takar said, you mentioned a couple minutes back that the state got bigger as the ability of families to regulate itself shrunk. This is exactly why feminism worked, because a weak family is an easy target. Very much so. And it's all about really limiting the father there. You know what I mean? This is what, this is where you get into Dr. Baskerville's work, because he does such a good job just kind of outlining how that whole thing happened with the state machinery. And, you know, I spent a good amount of time having those discussions with him. You know, it's a wonderful thing to look back on with that. And I know Male Space did one with Dr. Baskerville also. Titan Struggle says, I'm enjoying the flow. I'm learning a lot in the stream. Oh, heck yeah, man. All right, yeah, we can do a little bit of that. I know I got the Pearl video up there, so we definitely will get to that. I promise we will get to that. Especially, so yeah, we are getting to the Pearl. We're just gonna have fun with this for a little bit more, guys. We're just having fun. Shout out to the 30 people watching. Shout out to the 21 likes. Shout out to Giovanni English for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll try not to spend it all on retro video games, you know, from Japan on eBay. I'm back. Shout out Oikophobic. Thanks for coming back. Welcome back. Looks like 60% of people want to go with the paper. I'm getting that in the comments too. So I think we'll just go with the paper. Join the Discord so you can continue the discussions and share video ideas throughout the week. Yes, thank you. Thank you for posting that Discord invite. I love what's going on with the Discord. I mean, we have a fun time in there, and I appreciate the community. I try to participate as much as I can. You know, but even where I can't, I do try to read a lot of it, and it helps throughout the week. You know, while I'm at work and stuff like that. But you know, when I can get a second to take a break, of course. Thank you, Shah and Mr. Pitt. No problem. The government women go hand in hand. It's like ladies' night at the bar. If they please the women, the men will follow. The other way around never works. That is why men's... Yeah. Okay. All right. Very interesting read, Shah. Need to get you some scotch and cigars for this part of the stream. Man, I would love that. You know, I kind of want to get another camera set up and to put it on my sitting reading chair right there. I think about doing a after show on that. So, well, man, I'm telling you, man, we'll get some fun formats and just some different camera angles and stuff going on. I still want to do my retro video game stream. W story time with Shah, absolutely. Okay, well, I'll end the poll. Looks like we're at a firm 60%, right at a D- right there. That's good enough for me as far as this poll's concerned. And yeah, well, he needs to get dressed up and cosplay like the cosplay. Tradcon con men. Yeah, exactly, right. Like, have the hair combed over to like the side, like with the part right here, and go for like that quasi, I guess you could say 2025 50s look, you know, with the suit, and then smoke the cigar. That would be pretty fun and funny. Real quick, Trevor, the man who coined the gold pill. What is the best local pizzeria in your area? Is it expensive? Man, that's a good question, man. And I love me some pizza, by the way, but I haven't had pizza in a long time. But I was bad last week, man. I had spaghetti and I was doing some bad stuff. I had ice cream. So, I mean, my weight loss goals have been, I did lose 20 something pounds, but like it was just kind of a crazy week, you know. Anyways, there's this pizza place that I like called One Speed. And it's I like that place. They got like this nice chili oil. It's like olive oil. It's like with some chilies in it. And I like to get that all up on the pizza. And it's bomb. That place is really good. I went there a lot when I was seeing somebody, and then, you know, that stopped a couple years ago, but I haven't been there in a while. I should go check that place out. But yeah, as far as like a pizzeria goes, I would say that place is pretty legit. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones. Dang, I haven't had a good pizza in a while. I like me some pizza, man. See, now I want to order a pizza. But honestly, like, you'd have to go there. Like, I don't think you can even order pizza from this place. Like, you'd have to go there. Man, pizza sounds really good. Gosh. You need a good Russian fedora if you do it. The cigar, suit, scotch, and fedora. Yeah. The fedora, you know, the fedora was always like the milady, like the typical nice guy look. I can't remember what it was called. The neck beard kind of deal. You guys remember the neck beard from like 2009? I don't even know if the neck beard is like a meme anymore on the internet. Freshly made margarita pizza. Ah, it sounds good. One of my buddies is turning 40 at the end of the month, and we're going to this Italian place, so we're taking him out. And I've never been there, but it's kind of like in wine country somewhere. And I was looking at this, and they had like really good looking pizzas. So I'm hoping to get a pizza when I go over there. It's kind of, I might try to do that pizza stream. Man, we could do a pizza. I'm telling you, I got literally 2002 right here. We can get the pizza going. We got the Nintendo 64. We'll get some pizza grease all up on the controllers. That was the worst. Do you remember being a kid and then hanging out and you guys are playing video games and then like that one person made the controller hecka greasy? It's like, man, The hell is wrong with you? Wood-fired. Yep, wood-fired pizza. Wood-fired pizza is the only way to go. Now, I mean, I'll make exceptions for other pizza. Who am I kidding? But wood-fired pizza is some good pizza. Man. Oh, my God. Okay, we got to get back to this. All this pizza talk. Okay. Parents made use of their professional, business, and friendship networks when their familial contacts were limited. Jewish villagers in South and Southwest Germany, for example, had many ties with other Jews across the borders in France, Switzerland, and Belgium, and used these connections when they sought likely mates for their relatives or friends. Needless to say, such marriages furthered business, professional, and social contacts as well. In 1870, the well-known Jewish historian Heinrich Graetz asked a former student, Joseph Pearl, whom he also considered a friend, to find a suitable husband for his daughter, Flora. He suggested that Pearl's wife, I don't know if I'm even pronouncing that right, be consulted, informed them that Flora would receive a 1,000 thaler dowry. All right, yeah, that's what I want to hear.
It's my right.
He's like, hey, I'm serious about this. Okay, can we figure out, can we get some prospects? It's my daughter, and she's coming with 1,000 thaler dowry. And noted that she did not want to marry a rabbi. Okay, with those conditions in mind, his friends were to find him a son-in-law. Friends, thus, served important functions of information gathering, providing gossip, and news about a potential spouse's reputation and income. That kind of reminds me of Game of Thrones. You know that one guy, Varys, and he has his little birdies everywhere? A little birdie told me that your business is not as profitable as it once was. I don't know if we should betroth our daughter and son together. Anyways, and noted that she did. Okay, friends thus served important functions of information gathering, providing gossip and news about a potential spouse's reputation and income. At other times, they helped with introductions, and still other times they introduced potential partners without having been asked to do so. When the efforts of family, business contacts, and friends failed to produce a marriage partner, a marriage broker, Heiratsvermittler or tradcon, was hired. These brokers were professionals, male and female, specializing in a particular financial class in certain districts. I feel like marriage brokers can make a comeback today. Because there's like so many, I mean, you got women out here complaining men aren't approaching them. Marriage is going down, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe marriage brokers need to make a comeback. Also, by the way, shout out to the MGTOW people out here. Anytime the mainstream takes, heed, I think Coach went over an article. I don't have it up, but like the biggest demographic of men, or the biggest growing demographic is like men who don't want to get married or something. Gosh, I don't know if I could find that. Fastest growing demographic is single men or unmarried men or something like that. Let's see. A new demographic study reveals that men with no children and no plans for marriage are the fastest growing group in the United States. Shout out to MGTOW, by the way. I know there's this, there's that, there's the pickup, there's that. But the only ones who ever get an eyebrow raised and get people crapping in their pants are the MGTOW guys. Like when people get worried, it's when they notice that the MGTOW guys are MGTOWing. That's that's really what it is. You know what I mean? I hate to say it. So I always see that, and here it is right here. Single childless men become fastest growing U.S. demographic. And it's just a guy watching a football game, and he's just like smiling. A new Pew study shows men without kids and no marriage plans are now America's fastest growing demographic. Researchers say changing values, financial pressures, and career focus are fueling the trend. This shift is already impacting housing markets and consumer habits, with more men choosing independence over traditional family life. Why the hell would they choose? Why would they choose what they call traditional today? They've all seen what happened to their fathers and uncles and everybody else freaking on the whole street that they grew up with. All their kids, all their buddies from middle school and high school, and these people's parents got divorced, and that's a disaster. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course it is. You know what? So shout out to the MGTOW folks, just while we're on the subject. Real quick, oh my gosh. Thank you, iTrevor, with the $30 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. It's very generous of you, sir, and that is hard-earned money. I acknowledge that. Thank you so much. I was asking how much the pizza cost so I could super chat the difference. Hopefully this is enough to cover your next pizza. Thanks, man. You know what? I swear to God, I'm going to spend that on pizza too. I'm going to go out and I'm going to get some pizza just because of that, man. That's perfect right there. That will cover pizza for me, man. Thank you. Gosh. I'm going to get the pizza and I'm going to take a picture of the pizza and I'm going to put it in the Discord as proof of the pizza purchase. I'm so excited, man. Thank you. It's like, and the real issue is like, I know I want pizza. And then what's going to happen is I'm not going to get it. I'm going to be like, man, I shouldn't be eating pizza. You know, I'm trying to be strict. But now that you gave me the super chat, I have no choice but to get the pizza. And then possibly make a small vlog of me getting the pizza and thanking iTrevor and then making a whole YouTube video out of it. Thank you for that, iTrevor, man. I appreciate that a lot. See, that's that, man. Nothing makes somebody happy like some pizza, man. Thank you. And again, please, let me give another shout out to iTrevor, man. You just made my night. I appreciate that a lot. MGTOW Monk. Oh yeah. Can't shame this monk. Yeah. I mean, you know, and it's interesting too, because it makes you think like they're going to be, the bean counters are going to be out here trying to figure out like, how do we get money from these single men? You know what I mean? The government's going to be like, how do we appeal to these guys? How do we get them to open up their wallets, you know? So like, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden there's a bunch of marketing to like the single male lifestyle out here and trying to sell things to that guy. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I had people do that with my PS2. I hated it so much. All that grease on the controller. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I have vivid memories of that. Especially if like somebody like if you get like a bowl of popcorn, because it's not like you just eat the popcorn and go back to playing games. No, you want to eat the popcorn while you're playing the video games. And then if it's one of those situations where it's like, okay, when you die, you got to give up the controller. So it's now going around. So you're playing Smash Bros. And it's like, okay, it's my turn now. You lost. Okay, you got to give up the controller. And it's all greasy. Dang, man. That's when you have to run for that paper towel, the little bit of water and some maybe soap on that or something. Do a 2 paper towel operation. But yeah, the PS2 controller, because you know they got the texturing on the analog sticks there, so that would have been more challenging to clean. Angry Casper, shout out to not saving your ex Chad and hold the line, MGTOW and MissTOW. How is it their fault, overlords? Shout out to the guys, man. They don't get to choose to keep their kids. Unfortunately, yeah, exactly. It's just like they have done a bad job of selling the deal to men. They have they're gonna have to make some adjustments if they want to keep men from having a smile this big. You know what I mean? When I have kids, they're gonna be born overseas, and I'm leaving their ass over there. Shout out to you, man. You know what, man? I was looking at tickets to Malaysia today because I got a couple buddies in Malaysia that I've, met off Twitch for years now. And I got a good friend over there. I got 2 guys I know that live in Kuala Lumpur. And for $955, I can fly from San Francisco and back to Kuala Lumpur. And I was like, man, I don't know. I was just feeling good. I've always wanted to try Malaysian food. So I'm like, man, I might pop over to Malaysia for a week, see what's cracking over there, see what's up with the homies, you know? Giovanni English says, matchmakers are definitely making a comeback. Retired 304s are increasingly using this method as they hit the wall. However, the delusional dating requirements of these women are holding them back. Yeah, I feel like a gold pill perspective matchmaking service would I think it would work very nicely. And just have some of these that would at least make for like a fun call-in show or something like that. Like almost like a Kevin Samuel style, but it's just like, okay, what are your, give us your stats. Let's ask a few questions, and then let's just be realistic about how you're going to parlay this. That'd be pretty fun. Mr. Pitt says, society laughed at MGTOW at first. Now that they realize they're 110% serious, they're crapping bricks. Yeah, and the fact is a lot of those guys that are responsible enough and disciplined enough to make that decision, in my opinion, now some people are gonna be like, missed how they were sent their own way, but a lot of those guys, I think, are pretty sharp with their money. You know, they don't live outside of their means. They save their money. They're making practical decisions. It's not like they're out there chaotically spending their money. You know what I mean? So I think that's a demographic of men that'll probably, you know, is doing decently for themselves. I would think so. And they're going to be like, how do we get these guys to spend money? We need them to stimulate the economy. Traditionally, they used women to get them to open up the wallets, you know, buying flowers, taking them women out, doing all these kinds of things. That stimulated the economy back then. They are not worried about those men. They miss their excess labor. Soktao. Sorry. Just make everyone poor. Why have people stop making new people? It's a mystery. Exactly. Karen says, I was talking to a girl and for some reason we started talking about marriage and she asked me my views. I straight up said, I ain't signing papers. Conversation ended there. If it was me, I'd be like, I'd consider signing papers. I mean, you know, once we have the dowry discussion and if it makes sense, you know, if she's got a very good income, I could be married to that for a bit. And when it ain't working, it ain't working. You know, gonna have to just dip out at that point. Guilt-free pizza is the best pizza. Oh yeah. Oh, this pizza's gonna be legit. Promise you, I'm going there. W.I. Trevor, W. Dontavius. Absolutely.
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
And it starts to affect the consumerism as single men live on a thrifty budget. Listen, I'll be honest. Like, I get people want to sit here and be like, they're a big baller and you're spending all this money and they want to show it off and that's tight, but it takes time to get there. But while you're getting there, whatever, it's like, I have no problem living frugally. Like, I appreciate doing that. You know what I mean? I'm happy to be able to save some money and have the opportunity to do that. Yeah, it's called Computer Game Expo. The answer to the low birth rate is open your borders to them that have higher birth rates, or at least make, figure out some kind of deal. I mean, they need to fix family law or do something. And cultural change also. All a single man needs is a blanket, a cup, a spoon, and some internet to survive these streets. Man, let me tell you, you just need like a job, and then I got that TV for $40 right there. And then I got, my N64. I got my PlayStation 2 that was under my bed for the longest time. And that GameCube was hiding in a drawer somewhere. And, man, you're good to go. You're good to go for a while, man. Shout out to the retro games and the CRT. I got my DVD collection. If the internet stops, I'm still going to be good out here. So, really, you don't need much. And duct tape. See, that's exactly the thing. The tradcon con men talk about kids and family as the thing, but fail to mention men get shafted on their kids. Kids turned against men, etc. Worse than not having kids. Yeah, I mean, that's where the heartbreak really comes in. The dowry is already back. Women who traded their early birthing years for careers are willing to pay big money for a man to marry. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure there's some of those out there.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman.
I am saving my money frugal. I got to stack the cash for my kids' inheritance when I'm gone. Man, I love that right there. I love that. That's beautiful to me. And I promise you, like, I really believe this, Luke, that's really going to give your children an edge, and we can kind of see the disaster that's happening out there now. I know Trevor's been focusing on these markets lately, but we all see the price of things and we all see what it's kind of headed towards. So it's like, that kind of long-term thinking is going to be a huge boon to your children. So shout out to you, man. See, I was thinking about this earlier today while I was in the shower. It's about how women think that, like, when women really believe this I don't need no man thing, and that, you don't need to be in your child's life, because they really believe that, like, the kid's going to grow up and just be able to figure it out and be one of these lucky few that makes a bunch of money and makes it happen. And I get it. It's tenacity and it's hard work and it's persistence and all that. But when you cut off the kid from the dad, you're limiting that child's potential success in the future by a huge degree. And I mean, even statistically now, even in a better economy, that's still true because there's worse outcomes for kids in that situation. But if you're going to cut off the kid from the dad, it's like that kid's not, there's not going to be that relationship to where the dad's probably going to want to sit there and even give those kids some kind of inheritance or anything to help. And as it becomes harder out there and the job market's harder and housing is more expensive, it's fundamentally stupid to alienate your child from their father if you want your kids to have a better shot at life. This whole everybody just does a rags to riches, and the economy is not. It's tough out there. It's tough out there. Thank you for that, Luke. So I'm gonna have to probably skip some of this. Oh, we got Stacks in here. I just want to say shout out to Stacks. I see him in the Discord. In regards to negotiating a plan, perhaps a man could offer his sperm under a legal definition called conditional gifting, from which you would attach terms and conditions to the provision of said gift. Yeah, that's an interesting thought there. I think the tough part is the way that the state looks at a child is it would negate a lot of that. You know what I mean? It's like, because if you're gonna have legal parentage of the child, then you're gonna have a legal duty and obligation. So a lot of those terms and conditions I think they would just kind of brush those aside. That's my guess. I guess it depends what they are. How do you guys feel about not deporting the curvy Latino women? Hey, we're pro Latino over here, so I mean, you will not catch me with my pitchfork out there, trying to deport any of the curvy Latino women. I read that while still in military that you can lose VA. Interesting. Hello, Shah. How are you? Hey, shout out to you, MS. Great to see you. Gold, silver, and Bitcoin are a great diversifier as well. I heard gold's doing very well right now. That's good stuff and true. I'm still just starting learning out. Got it. Post some images in the Discord. Okay, well, look at those. We'll get back to our reading. Where are we at on the... Ooh, we're an hour and 43 minutes in. I got to get to this Pearl video. Pearl even reposted my stream on Twitter. You know what, guys? Okay, I'm sorry. I know we were going to read more. I say we just get to the Pearl video now. We'll do that. We'll get back to some reading. I know I've been talking a lot, but I'm having a blast. Okay, let's see what Dan the Man's got for us. Is it a bunch of guys eating pizza? Oops, oh, man. Oh, jump to present. Oh, okay, I'm liking this. Shout out to Dan the Man. All right, with the fedora. Oh, my God, we got the tradcon look. Man, this is making me want a cigar right now. Look at this beautiful place. Like, why can't I get a place with ambiance like this? You know what I mean? This is what we're talking about out here, man. This is what folks travel for, to find a place. Like, what a beautiful place. Just looking at this picture makes me want to, like, I don't know, become a writer or something. Like, this is so cool. And look at that beautiful margarita pizza with the perfect crust. And we got a glass of scotch. Dang, man, this makes me want to buy a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. I got a black tie. I don't have the hat. Oh, wait. No, I got a dark gray suit. I don't got a black one. Man, this picture is making me want to dress better. Thank you, Dan the Man. I got to save this right now, man. This is tight. This is tight. I'm going to save that photo. This photo is getting used for something. It's going with all my other saved AI photos. Pizza photo. Oops. There we go. That's a fantastic photo, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. We got two of them too. I like this. I like this one. This one's really cool. What we got here? We got this from Niels. Yeah. See, this is a symbolic representation of us reading academic papers about the dowry. This is us in the excavation process. This is Peter Wright looking at newspapers in the newspaper archives, trying to figure out what's going on and piece it together right there. See, this is on like some Count of Monte Cristo trying to escape from Chateau d'If level stuff right here, man. This is beautiful. Thank you, Luke. That's great. Man, I love it when you guys do that. Okay. Yeah, I've been holding off on the Pearl thing for long enough. We got to watch this video. Now, I saw this video from Pearl, and I was listening to it, and I was like, I really enjoyed it. I just think she did such a good job of like describing the situation. she went over a lot of the stats that tradcons will use to try to kind of get men back on the plantation, so to speak. And she broke those down. And Giovanni said, better hide that feet picture collection. Now, you're right, man, honestly. That would be embarrassing to get caught on that. I'd have to come clean. But anyways, yeah. So this is going to be a great breakdown. It was a really good video. So this was just from a day ago. So I just wanted to go over this. So let's go ahead and watch this video from Pearl.
Hey guys, have you heard the good news? Fake tradcons have solved all of your romantic problems. You can now find a girl at church and get married ASAP. Don't even worry about the risks. Just man up and marry these hoes. Don't think, just go for it. It'll probably be fine.
You need to do it, guys. You need to save civilization. Forget about how bad it's been out there and that you might not see your kids. Like, you got to get married and save society. It's up to you, men.
And if you don't, you're probably one of those doomer red pillars who hate women. The opposition of feminists, or so fake tradcons have been telling me. You see, what people like the tradcons at the Daily Wire have been saying the past few years is that with a few extra steps, marriage is totally safe now.
Young men, we're just going to cut right to it. Find a woman, fall in love, get married, have more children.
This is fantastic right here. I love that. Like, just the energy and the zeal. Like, just go ahead, guys. Come on.
And you can afford.
Well, now they say grow up and
fall in love, get married.
Fall in love. See, there's the romantic ethos. And it's like, guys, what were we just doing? We were just reading a paper about historical marriage and about this contradiction between falling in love and pragmatic and what real traditional marriage is. And you know, there it is.
Young men, we're just going to cut right to it. Find a woman, fall in love, get married, have more children than you can afford.
Well, now they
have more children than you can afford. Have more children than you can afford. And then, like, when the child support comes and everybody's crying, listen, he's saying we're going to cut right to it. This is how you cut right to it.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
That's how you cut right to it. And what's crazy is that even in traditional times, you know, people did put some thought into family planning. They were not just trying to have kids that they couldn't afford. The whole point of the dowry was to have planning so that you can have kids that you could afford. This is another thing that makes it so you don't need a giant state-run welfare system, is by having suitable family planning. So when you have those kids, the government doesn't need to be there to step in and get it figured out.
They grow up and then get married. And then
Get married, have more children than you can afford.
well, now they say grow up and then get married. And in the past, they said get married and grow up.
So that you can grow up.
I mean, I think, frankly, people are getting married too late on average. Right now, I think it's 28 for men and 26
Okay, so, I mean, how much of a dowry have you saved for your daughter, Ben Shapiro?
for women. I think it's way too late.
In a marriage where you have
Okay, everybody's favorite. See, this is why I like this video. This video just, like, collates all of our favorite tradcons. Now, let's see what you got to say.
Average. Right now, I think it's 28 for men and 26 for women. I think it's way too late.
in a marriage where you have children, nurture provider roles are very valuable. What do I mean by that? Nurture and provide. Both parents do both. Fathers should nurture their kids. Mothers should provide. But specifically for mothers of young children.
Divorce rates have been dropping, and all you've got to do is be religious, and the risk is almost completely eliminated. Fake tradcons have also pointed...
That was something that Matt Walsh had said. You know, they looked at the 50% divorce statistic, and the issue was, well, you know, that includes a lot of people who make bad decisions. But if you look at very religious people, it's different. And so that's something Pearl's going to go over, which I think is going to be, that was one of the things I liked most about the video.
Out that marriage is always awesome, and married men wind up being richer, happier, and healthier than all you single losers out there. So don't delay. Find yourself that born-again virgin.
That was one thing, you know, I made a video, and sorry, I'm eating some melon, but Ben Shapiro had said unmarried men are like more likely to die from a drug overdose. And it was crazy to me because there's another study that specifically talks about the self-deletion rate. And single men who had never been married had like a slightly higher chance than married happy men. But men who had been married and divorced had like the highest chance. So it was like, but he conveniently ignored that study.
tired OnlyFans hoe and tie the knot right away.
I'm not sure who that woman was, but I think she's like an ex-film star of nude persuasion.
God will absolve her of all of her sins, so you should too. I'm sure those tattoos will laser right off. Never mind that the church is the last stop on the whore train. Of course, the reality is drastically different. When I started putting together a divorce documentary a few years ago, I could not understand.
Gosh, I remember this conversation right here. And this is where Michael Knowles said that the sacrament or a prenup was not allowed for Catholics because it violates the sacrament. And Cesar Quintana, our very own Cesar Quintana, shout out to him. He sent me this from the new commentary on the Code of Canon Law, commentary on canons 1055 through 1057. And it says prenuptial agreements are not per se contrary to canonical form of consent. The decisive factor is whether the contract's clauses introduce a condition incompatible with the essence of marriage. Agreements which simply determine the civil disposition of property or inheritance may be permitted. So that, so that's what Caesar sent me. He's a Catholic, man. So to the Michael Knowles saying that the prenup is not allowed because it violates the sacrament is just crazy.
And why so many men did not want to get married. But then I was exposed to a vast sea of horror stories of how men were treated in marriage and divorce court. One after another, accounts of dozens upon dozens of men going through hell on earth and being ground into dust underneath a boot heel of a corrupt system. Many of these horror stories come from men who were religious. In fact, one of the worst horror stories I ever heard, an utterly harrowing tale that I will never forget, came from a man who attended the exact same church as the fanatically religious marriage pusher-in-chief, Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire.
I'm just saying how people ought to behave, and they ought to get married, is what I'm saying.
Okay, well...
Okay, so you ought to get married. That's fine. Ought is interesting, but when it comes to the pragmatic realities of marriage, that's a different conversation.
Which is implied by our nature, which is the is. Because it is good for men to be married and to have children.
Of course, in reality, conservative commentators frequently mislead men about marriage in a number of ways. Their motivations for this act of deception are twofold. One, they don't care about calling for divorce reform because they don't want to piss off their female audience. Women, particularly those of marriageable age, are much less likely to become conservatives.
That's such an important point. And I mean, it sounds like it's, I guess, something we should know, but it's true. And when you think about these organizations and media groups as businesses, I think it is something that they're scared to do because it will lose them a lot of viewership or money. And politicians do the same thing, when it comes to votes and things like that. I think I saw one here from Mr. Pitt. For some reason, tradcons start to argue in bad faith when it comes to marriage and children. They'll never acknowledge the corruption in the justice system. I think both men and women should ideally marry early, women between 21 and 25 and men between 22 and 27 years of age. Listen, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think that's wrong. And a lot of that has to do with, the health of the bodies and having kids and this kind of thing. And typically, marriage was even earlier, especially even in bride price paying societies. But when the dowry came on, it pushed marriage back a bit. But that was to like 18 or something like that. Still, depending on the marriage market, you could see it pushed back further, depending. But when it comes to kids, yeah, earlier, I get it. But the means and the pragmatic concerns to make that happen are very important. Otherwise, you have, kids with no home or something like that, right? Now I have to tell you what women ought to do and how it is enforceable. Exactly. Okay, so we'll move in here.
Highlighting the corruption of the divorce system, one of the few examples of institutional sexism that actually exists, would force conservatives to mention how some women have shamelessly taken advantage of the system to snatch more than their fair share or even to brutally punish their ex-husbands via lawfare. And God forbid you should offend all of those aspiring tradwives who tune into the Daily Wire, the raisin brand of online political commentary. or threaten to take away their massive safety net should the trad wives decide to turn hypocrite and quit their marriage. At best, conservative commentators will occasionally throw a lukewarm statement acknowledging that the divorce system is corrupt, before adding that it'll never be reformed in our lifetime, and so men might as well take the risk of getting married anyway.
You know, I don't know if you guys remember, but do you remember when the Daily Wire, they had that, it was back, I think, when Candace Owens was still with the Daily Wire, but it was like Michael Knowles and the whole crew was sitting around, Jordan Peterson was there, and they were all smoking cigars and they were talking about the red pill thing. It was before Pearl had her discussion with Michael Knowles. And I remember there was like a kind of almost flippant half-ass remark from Jeremy Boring, who was like, we should start a foundation to look into that about the family law. Like, it was just like this BS one sentence. And that was like a year and a half, maybe almost 2 years ago. And it's like, did they ever do that? Did they ever follow up on that? Did they ever start the think tank foundation or whatever the heck it was going to be that was going to look into this? It's all just BS. You know, they don't care to do that.
Okay. The second motivation is many conservatives are secretly happy with the divorce system as it now stands, at least partially, because it allows them to sell their religion as a vital part of the solution.
That's an interesting perspective there. So it's like tradcons want it to be this bad because then it allows them to sell religion more so. That's an interesting perspective on that. So they're like purposely ignoring. They want to say being religious is the only solution to this instead of maybe looking at more other material concerns.
If divorce law was reformed to be more equitable and less biased against men, then fake tradcons wouldn't be able to say that having a religion substantially reduces the chances of divorce. As we shall see, that claim is a significant exaggeration, and in certain cases, it's an outright lie. As for you seculars, fake tradcons really couldn't care less. Though they may not openly say it, secular marriage is an abomination in their eyes, and ultimately, you deserve what you get.
That, you know, I think that's an interesting conversation. And it's not like, you know, I don't like, I'm like pro religion and pro people being religious. But there's an interesting conversation in the sense of I think people overly rely on or overly sell religion and religious piety as this kind of only thing that you need for a marriage to work. And I think that's a mistake. I think some part of it there and two people sharing those values is important and can, you know, help with keeping a marriage solid, sharing values together and beliefs. But there are these very pragmatic concerns and contributions that should be required from both sides. And you see this spelled outright in the dowry system. And that's why, you know, that worked so well. But instead, it's like there's romantic love, and then there's like, let's try to make romantic love work with this over-reliance on whatever the current interpretation of the religious scriptures happen to be today. So it's an interesting thing for Pearl to point out on that.
And what does it matter if hundreds of millions of men across the world continue to have their families torn apart, their finances destroyed, with them becoming paying spectators of their children's lives?
And then, you know, when that happens too, like when you're that guy and that happens to you, they will instantly excommunicate you. You know what I mean? Like it's like if that happens, they can't acknowledge your existence because it's going to ruin their like beautiful fairy world where it's, you know, it's Christmas all the time and beautiful snowy cabins and I don't know, you know, hot apple cider and there's reindeer and it's so nice and picturesque. They're like, no, we have to instantly sweep you under the rug. Like that happened with Steven Crowder when he got divorced. Like I remember Candace Owens immediately, you know, coming after him with this footage and she was the one that leaked it or something. I don't know what the hell. I can't remember if she leaked it or not. I could be wrong about that. But she covered it. She was like one of the first people to do that. So it's like as soon as this guy didn't fit, you know, the look and introduced a kind of snake into this beautiful fairy world, they had to get rid of this guy, you know, as fast as possible. And that happens to people on a smaller level in their own communities. I would wager to say suddenly you're like the black sheep.
If it means fake tradcons get to add a few more bodies to the congregation with the claim that religion reduces risk.
Stack says, start a foundation to change family law. You and many others are already out here doing the good work for free. They should just donate to you, bro. Well, I I mean, gosh, oh my God. But, you know, they were just being like, they were just saying it to make it look like, oh, well, yo, this is something, yeah, we take it seriously. And then it's been 2 years. They've not done anything about that. Nothing changed.
Ask Steven Crowder how that one worked out. So how do conservatives gloss over the risks of men face in marriage? First, they gleefully point out that the divorce rate has been declining. It's no longer the cliche 50%. According to most reliable estimates from sources like the American Psychological Association, the U.S. Census Bureau, and the Center for Disease Control, the divorce rate has declined from roughly a 55% peak around 1980 to somewhere between 40 and 45% today.
Yup. And I mean, fastest growing demographic over here. Shout out to the MGTOW homies. Oh yeah, it's declining all right.
The decrease is mostly due to the marriage rate being almost cut in half since 1980 and unmarried cohabitation skyrocketing since then. If there was a sudden rush for marriage across society, it would almost certainly rise again. But the divorce rate isn't just a simple calculation. It's all based on population samples and surveys to get a crude number of divorces per 1,000 people. Then further estimates and projections are required to give us the more familiar percentages of 40, 45, or 50% of all marriages failing. The extra calculations required allow room for deliberate deception. Certain pro-marriage activists and conservative commentators have employed specific data sets and population samples, along with some creative accounting to claim that the divorce rate is actually 35%, or even as low as 30%, with some conservatives like Christian scholar and social researcher Shanti Feldhahn claiming that the divorce rate is no higher than 25%. She's
got a book called Highly Happy Marriages. This is why I really like this episode from Pearl here too, because she's really digging in deep into these stats that we often hear kind of fought over.
Delusional nonsense. But there you have it. According to the commentators who deliberately want men to nut up and get hitched, the odds of your marriage falling apart aren't 50-50. They're 1 in 3, or even as low as 1 in 4. Now,
1 in 3 and 1 in 4 are still kind of suck, to be honest. Caldwell says the same conservatives that bemoan government involvement, intervention, regulation in their business affairs will gleefully hold open the door and welcome government into their bedroom affairs. I never understood that, Kyle. Like, yeah, that's something that, I've thought about, and it's just like, why would they of all people want to be attached to the marriage license and certificate and have, Big Brother? Like, when you have that, it's like, imagine like just like a big government agent or something that's just constantly sitting on your couch in your house, like with you and your wife, and he's just always there with some dark sunglasses on, waiting to like remove you from your house at the slightest misstep.
You might argue that if you started your car in the morning and there was a 25 to 35% chance of your car exploding, you'd be more likely to just take the bus. But for marriage advocates, a 25 to 35% chance of having your life ruined and your finances destroyed is an acceptable risk for men to take.
And it's like marriage is supposed to be one of these things that when two individuals come together, it gives them a net benefit that they otherwise would not have had, or would have been a lot harder to have as individuals, separate. So it's like, it's supposed to be this kind of deal that helps both people get some sort of, mutual investment return on their investment here. Instead, the stats are so bad, or God forbid, someone ends up with the gray divorce, and then all of a sudden, like, the whole retirement plan is out the window. And tradcons want you to take that in its worst form, which is the stay-at-home mom who brings nothing to the marriage, and you get shafted the worst if you take this deal. And you really don't have any control or say over it, I know Kentucky did that thing recently with the 50-50 on custody, which I thought was interesting. I do need to read more about that. But I think that's something positive. It's in the right direction. Let's just see what the AI says here. Kentucky law presumes that a 50-50 shared custody arrangement in a child's best interest, making it the default in divorces unless there's evidence that it is not. However, this presumption can be overcome if a parent provides evidence that it is not in the best interest of the child, such as in cases of domestic abuse or other safety concerns. So yeah, okay, the whole DV and the TRO and all that stuff is still an issue, but at least that they're starting it with the presumption that it's in the child's best interest for 50-50 is a move in the right direction. Does it solve all the problems? No, but you know, at least it's a move in the right general direction. Gotta head out early. Thanks for the stream. As always, I'll be checking the Discord for the pizza. I'll be making sure to get that. Thank you, Trevor, again, man. I really appreciate you being in here. I appreciate the support, and I hope you're doing well out there, man. We'll see you on the next one. Take it easy, Trevor. Pizza content incoming. Pizza is incoming. All right. Klaus says, Kentucky wasn't even recent. I think it was 2018. Was it really? Okay, maybe the news was just from like now that they've had, some years since they changed that, they're able to probably have some data on the effects it's having. So, okay, I don't know. Thanks for letting me know that, Klaus. Kentucky has reported a significant decrease in divorce rates since the new law was implemented. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to read more about that, but it seems promising. I've seen some stuff sort of just in my peripherals here. Luke says, Knowles and them will tell you it's like a car accident. It is truly more like jumping out of an airplane. Who's going to jump out of an airplane with a 25% chance of failure? Yeah, exactly. It's like doing a tandem jump with you and her, and the parachute is attached to her back, and you're attached to her, and there's a 1 in 4 or a 1/3 chance that she can pull this cord and it separates you two, and she has the parachute, and you just keep on falling. So, yeah, 99% of all divorces, the women claims abuse and neglect. That would disqualify the 50-50 presumption. I mean, listen, as soon as I read that, I know there's potential for that, but at least they have to fight it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. I will at least try to celebrate the step in the right direction. But yeah, unless there's evidence against it. So this is where the DV stuff is dangerous again. Those greedy women need to think twice now. Oh yeah, that's an even better metaphor.
God and country. For perspective, the odds are actually worse than a round of Russian roulette. Of course, as mentioned, the most reliable estimates for the modern divorce rate are currently between 40 and 45% of all marriages failing, slightly less than half. Not exactly great, with the average length of a marriage being roughly 8 years. Hardly a picture of till death do us part, unless you happen to be a heroin addict or you've got yourself a dose of cancer.
So crazy too. It's like, especially a no fault. And then, we read Paul Elam's tweet on prenups, both of his tweets. So, I lean more towards his perspective there in the sense of like, there's a high chance that the prenup gets invalidated and all that. But then, you got Michael Knowles, who's like, do this in a literal no fault. He wants you to sign the no fault marriage, license certificate. But then he also doesn't want you to even consider getting a prenup. It's just, it's insane, really.
In reality, 40 to 45% is not that big of a difference from the 50-50 coin toss the general public associates with divorce. But conservatives are desperate to exaggerate just how much the divorce rate is declining. So men feel more comfortable taking the plunge. Damn the risks, marry these hoes, Godspeed. The next way fake tradcons tend to manipulate men towards...
That's Mr. Pitt's first chat of the day here. Let me see if I can find that up there. Right there. Man up and marry that 304. Exactly. You need to do your duty to save civilization.
Marriage is by offering them the silver bullet that if you become conservative and choose a religious girl, your chances of divorce are substantially reduced. One set of statistics that has been passed around by marriage advocates and conservative commentators are the ones compiled by Megan Cooper, a purple-haired amateur historian who writes fluff for the bubblegum lifestyle website lovetoknow.com. Cooper's article was then copy and pasted almost verbatim to the websites of a few law firms. where doubtless the numbers looked more and more credible. This is where marriage advocates found them and spread them across social media as if they were fact. So widespread are they now that they are in fact the top Google search, and AI researchers like Grok mistakenly reference them. According to Megan Cooper's numbers, which she calculated somewhat haphazardly and inaccurately from a Pew survey data, I will spare you the joke about women in math. According to her, Catholics have a 19% divorce rate, Orthodox a 9%, Jews a 9%, Muslims 8%, and Hindus 5%. All of which...
Born again Christian 33%. Interesting. Wicca pagan 1%. Hold on a second. Interesting. Atheist 2%.
Substantially smaller than a U.S. average of 40 to 45%. Then Cooper provides a 51% divorce rate for mainstream Protestants, which people uncritically think accounts for the high national average. In reality, the 51%, which has been parroted on law firm websites and across the internet, appears to have been a plain old miscalculation on Cooper's part.
Okay, this is why this episode is really good, because I've often heard those things from tradcons too, and I've never seen anyone dig that deep into the statistics, at least for like the specifics about the religiosity angle, because that was something that Matt Walsh was going with. I remember, I think Better Bachelor did a video on something similar, and he showed that even religious people had a similar divorce rate, at least those who identified at it. I think the other folks are trying to say, well, people who go to church once a week, it's different. Elena's Bari Fitness. Hey, Sean, everyone. Hey, shout out to you. We watched your YouTube short early on in the stream. You weren't here, but we had fun enjoying watching that, where you talked about dowry. So welcome in, Elena. Okay.
The highest divorce rates were among Protestants, according to Cooper's own data, are evangelicals and born-again Christians with a 28% and 33% respectively, neither of which would explain the 51% average. Nevertheless, all of these percentages seem like a substantially reduced risk, making it appear as all you got to do is get right with God and you'll wind up with an adorable wife in a sundress who bakes cherry pies all day. But what most people don't...
It's always dessert. It's always cinnamon rolls. It's like, when are one of these trad wives going to make like a beef stock and then use that stock to make like a beef stew? Something you can actually feed some kids instead of some desserts. Shout out to the 34 people watching. Thank you to the 22 people who hit that like button. Guys, if you haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button. It helps me out. Thank you.
Don't seem to notice is these numbers are not lifetime divorce rates. Instead, they are a snapshot of the number of divorced people at any given time. The percentages don't take into account these people who have remarried. And we know divorce rates are worse for second and third marriages.
See, that's interesting right there. I really love how she broke down just the stats behind this, because we hear that all the time. Oh, wow. Thank you, Shah. I'm all pro dowry. We love to see it. Shout out to you, Elena. The high divorce rate amongst born-again Christians is easy to understand once you realize that Christianity is basically the default selection for women leaving the carousel. Interesting. Religion is as different as culture is across so many nations that not only do not have the same religion, but different laws. MRA said laws changing won't fix anything in the long run. Yeah, I think in a lot of the bigger ones, they support a more cultural change first. Otherwise... I know with my discussions with Peter and even Paul Elam, changing the laws is important and it's important to them, but they find that if the culture doesn't catch up with that, pretty soon those changes get neutered. So it's important for the culture to change with it. And that's why things like what MGTOW and stuff are doing is important, because that stuff is affecting cultural change. Neither will religion.
And what marriage advocates and conservative commentators often neglect to mention about Cooper's data is that the divorce rate for atheists is 2%, which law firms inflated to 11% to look slightly less ridiculous. This is the stuff that is currently being widely cited online as fact. Conservative commentators just tend not to mention the atheist number. Either way, the low divorce rate for atheists would seemingly imply that the reduced risk has nothing to do with religion. but something doesn't add up. On the other hand, if we correct Megan Cooper's math and derive lifetime divorce rates from the same Pew data, it paints a drastically different picture. People with no religion have a lifetime divorce rate of 48%. Evangelicals have a divorce rate of 46%.
That's around right there at the 50%. Average.
Mainstream Protestants, 42%. Historically Black Protestants, 54%. Catholics, 35%. Orthodox, 33%. Jews, 33%. Muslims, 24%. And Hindus, 15%. For Christian denominations in Judaism, that means your odds of divorce lie between 1 in 3 and 1 in 2. Not exactly that much of a reduction of risk. And given that most American conservatives are Christian, they are probably not exactly thrilled with the idea of your best bet for staying married is worshiping Allah or Vishnu. And these religions have a lower divorce rate for other reasons, such as the subordination of women in the Islamic Hadith and the arranged marriages of the Hindu. It should be noted that Hindus have
shout out to the dowry.
Have slightly better odds than a game of Russian roulette, and only by a measly 1.6%. And it's hardly a silver bullet against divorce if the state is still holding a gun to your head.
Every time I hear silver bullet, I keep thinking about Michael saying and the silver pill. Yo, shout out, Base. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in. Base FCZ says atheists have that low of a divorce rate. Seems like some BS to me. I need to see the sample size on that one. It is very surprising. It is very surprising. So yeah, I would have to look at, where that data is coming from more closely. That was from the original person's, the table she showed us from this Megan Cooper lady. So it's apparently from Pew Research, but I think it depends who's looking at it and what I'm sure their interpretation went in to affect some of that.
I should point out that
it also said Wicca and pagans were at 1%. So the Wicca and pagans are actually less than the atheists. So whatever they're doing seems to be working, if that's true.
I'm continuing to develop. State is still holding a gun. And it's hardly a silver bullet against divorce if the state is still holding a gun to your head. I should point out that I'm continuing to develop my in-depth documentary on modern divorce with a huge emphasis on listening to men's stories and perspectives and calling for direly needed legal reform and societal change. The documentary is heavily dependent on viewers for support. The more funding we receive, the more we can do, and the deeper down the rabbit hole we can venture. There's a link to the GoFundMe in the video description if you want to get involved.
Okay, shout out to that real quick. I saw Mr. Pitt's other comment. I know you did a part. Oh, here it is. The atheist divorce rate is likely due to a small sample size. There are very few atheists to begin with. Also, I'm not sure if atheists are more likely to avoid marriage to begin with since there's no moral obligation. That second part was what ran through my mind. Probably the ones who actually choose to get the marriage contract have probably really thought about it for a while. So maybe they have less of a chance of divorce since, but if you included atheists shacking up and cohabitating and marrying and not marrying, cohabitating and having kids and then getting split up, then it would probably look really bad instead of just formal marriages. So that's a good point there. Wicca might not be getting divorced if they aren't getting married. It's from Stacks. Makes sense to me. That's what I'm thinking, Mr. Pitt from Base. Michael Saint says, for example, one 2025 study found that 41% of same-sex female couples divorced within 10 years, compared to 27% of male couples, and 22% of different sex couples. Yeah, I saw that same-sex couples between women had a higher chance of divorce. And I think, ironically, same-sex marriages between men had like a way lower divorce than even the population at large, heterosexual. So
now, a marriage pusher from the fake tradcon side might be quick to point out that many of these people are religious in name only. The Institute for Family Studies, which in reality is nothing more than a pro-marriage propaganda outlet masquerading as a scholarly organization, have made great hay with the claim that regular church attendance seems to correlate with a 50% reduction in the likelihood of divorce. In fact, this claim ties back to a 2018 Harvard study, which found that super devout Christians who attended church more than once a week reduced their likelihood of divorce by 42%.
I remember this one, effective church attendance on divorce risk.
not those who attended once a week, and certainly not those who attended less. Broken down, this is a 32% reduction of risk for Protestants who attended church more than once a week, and a 54% reduction for Catholics who showed up multiple times a week. The difference between the two largely being the greater hostility towards divorce within Catholicism. Nevertheless, 28% of super devout Protestants, 16% of super devout Catholics who attended church multiple times per week still ended up getting divorced, a risk of roughly 1 in 4 for Protestants and a Russian roulette risk of 1 in 6 for Catholics. Furthermore, according to Pew data and also Lifeway's research, only 12% of both Catholics and Protestants attend church more than once per week, with most of these people being middle-aged or older, not in their 20s and 30s. So even if men were to make the commitment of being super devout, there would be nowhere near a large enough pool of available church girls to go out with.
That's an interesting observation right there. So if they're breaking up between men and women who like breaking it down, who goes to church, and there's actually not that many young women as there are young men, then that's a problem, because who are they going to get married
So
to?
despite what fake tradcons would tell you, religiosity is hardly a solution for the male population to overcome the risks of divorce. But as I mentioned, most members of the fake tradcon could give a damn about the male population at large. They're mostly interested in using the divorce issue as a foil for recruitment. And it goes without saying that not all super devout women who don't believe in divorce will necessarily be all sweetness and light after the wedding. Some
Angry Casper asks, if Nala was to get divorced, would that be classified as a religious one? You mean like as a stat for religious people getting divorced? I guess I'd imagine so, because she would probably check the box where she identifies, as religious. So whoever's collating that data would be like, well, okay, that's a religious divorce.
men will find themselves trapped in toxic marriages with female religious fanatics who call all the shot, are stingy with sex, and weigh their husbands down with all sorts of unreasonable demands and moral standards. Never mind the massive potential for a religious wife to turn out to be
That's the Steven Crowder footage right there.
Hypocrite. We shall probably never know what percentage of super devout marriages are genuinely happy and what percentage are not, since keeping up with the appearances and keeping marital problems secret are a notorious part of how super devout couples operate. But what are the benefits of matrimony to men? Marriage advocates frequently talk about how, on average, married men benefit from greater health, happiness, and financial success. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates that married men earn 10 to 20% more than single ones. But please bear in mind that is largely due to a higher financial burden placed upon a married man. Yes, there is the cost of children, but more...
I mean, I could see that, if you're a married guy and you got kids and children, your motivation to make more is going to be a lot higher. I would think so.
Significantly is the average cost of materially satisfying a wife. Now, part of this is evolution. Women's nesting habits can prompt the purchase of everything from a nice house to silverware to otherwise useless throw pillows. And part of this is social status, with women being far more likely to push for luxury brands or to go on 2 vacations a year. All told, a wife can quadruple a man's household expenditures. Meanwhile, a single man can be satisfied with far fewer possessions, mostly the basic essentials, plus some recreational purchases like...
Just reminds me of this guy right here. Some guy watching some sports at home.
TVs, game consoles, and sound systems. Beyond that, the most single men are satisfied with far less, some even being perfectly happy with a studio apartment and a mattress on the floor. In short, married men earn 10 to 20% more money because their wives make it so they have to. As for happiness, the General Social Survey in 2022 indicated that roughly 33% more married men ticked the box for being very happy compared to single men. And a 2019 article in the Journal of Marriage and Family found that depression was 47% less common among married men than their single counterparts. However, that's really not the whole picture. According to the Journal of Psychological Medicine, the 40 to 45% of married men who get divorced see their depression rates skyrocket again.
See, that was when I did that reaction to Ben Shapiro's video on the red pill, that was the thing that I thought was misrepresented. It's like, okay, married men, if your marriage stays together, I guess, and it's not, you know, a disaster of a marriage and you don't get divorced, then sure, some of that's true. But when it was compared to never married men, like the one thing I was looking at was the self-deletion rate. And never married men is only slightly higher than married men. And then, but divorced men was like way higher, had a way higher percentage. So to me, that's indicating that the depression level is not the same.
By 312%, far outstripping the depression rate seen among single men. So congrats if you're married and it works out. I'm not denying that there are successful marriages to good women that could potentially make men happy. The point is that men today are running a considerable risk to the tune of 40 to 45% of those attempts at happiness blowing up in their face and leaving them worse off than if they had just saved their money and remained single. And it is entirely
And you know, we've all heard the chorus of men who've ended up divorced who are just like, looking back, they would not have pulled the trigger on that marriage.
surprising that most troubled people.
You know, that's kind of an interesting thing too. Like, I think when it comes to guys who ended up getting divorced, I think most of them would say yes. They would of course want to keep their children and would have their children over again, but they would not get married. Like, that seems to be something that I hear just anecdotally. It's like, oh, I would never sign the marriage license, but of course, you know, they love their kids, they'd have their kids, but they wouldn't sign the paperwork for the marriage, you know. I don't know. Have you guys heard that too, or is it just me?
People in the world tend to be single. However, if you are a single man and you don't binge drink, shoot heroin, or eat like shit, but take decent care of yourself, none of these arguments really apply to you. You'll live as long as a married man. But how about
while women often voice dissatisfaction with the current dating scene, they might realize that social and cultural shifts are needed, hence the discussion we men are having, but F accountability. Elena says, women through divorces drives men to self-deletion. Yes, very much so. Women believe marriage equals happiness. This was the romantic marriage, the combination of chivalry and courtly love. Yep, beautifully stated there. Michael, Luke Nielsen says, that's exactly the right train of thought too. That's why I say more akin to jumping out of an airplane. Men lose everything in divorce, and including their lives sometimes. Yep.
prenups? After all, it's another way for men to reduce the risk of being financially destroyed or having their children taken away from them in a corrupt divorce system. Some conservative commentators like Michael Knowles discourage prenups as a safety measure altogether, since, according to him, it violates the sacrament of marriage by merely acknowledging the statistical reality that the relationship might fail.
You know the state of marriage
I'm articulating
today.
the Catholic view.
You know the state of women today, and men still can't get prenups
Right.
to protect themselves.
Right. Because marriage in its nature, as you said, is a lifelong union of a man and a woman for the sake of begetting and educating children and for the mutual support of the spouses.
So why not get the prenup? By the way, shout out to our brother, Caesar Quintana, who's on the screen with us now.
We would share some things. They would never get specific on specific people, but they would say that most of the marriages are miserable. People are miserably married. And I think I've even heard another guy you talked to, Tim, say something similar.
FYI.
And by the way, Caesar Quintana was also the one that sent me the quote here from the commentary on the canon. So, and this is something I've spoken with Caesar about, specifically that clip from Michael Knowles. And I'll read it again. The new commentary on the Code of Canon Law, commentary on canons 1055 through 1057. Prenuptial agreements are not per se contrary to canonical form or consent. The decisive factor is whether the contract's clauses introduce a condition incompatible with the essence of marriage. Agreements which simply determine the civil disposition of property or inheritance may be permitted. I remember when that discussion with Pearl and Michael Knowles came out, Caesar had told me back then that it depends on the clause or how it's written. So I don't know, for Michael Knowles to come out and say like prenups are just completely not allowed and that the Catholic view is that you shouldn't do them or that you can't do them just seems, I don't know. It's like, why would you want to lack so much nuance? You know, it's like, why just be so like reflexively like against anything that can possibly, protect men when it comes to this marriage bargain, this marriage deal. It really is crazy. Michael Sayan says, and 1 in 4 women have had an abortion, so women will gladly sacrifice children for happiness. That's what they are taught in practice already. Lena says, prenups are often shredded in practice. Prenups won't save men. Not marrying is a safer bet for men. So, yeah, I mean, Paul Elam agrees with you. I'll tell you that. Dropped a prelim meme for marriage. Tandem jump. Okay, hold on a second. I think we got a Discord. I love the midstream Discord. Exactly. This is what tradcon marriage is right here. The parachute is on her back. Okay? And she gets to decide if she wants to cut dead weight or not. That's marriage in 2025 right there. And you're just like, yeah, I'm the provider. Woo. Thank you for that, Luke.
There's nothing in the Bible explicitly against prenups. This is just a rigid and somewhat reckless interpretation of theology.
It's like, it's almost weird. It's like, why would you be that? I don't know. It's just like, why wouldn't you have any nuance about that? It's like Michael Knowles, man. Like, he don't want to give the guys any kind of, bone to work with here. It's just, that's it. Like, no, you can't, screw you. I don't know why he would be like that.
According to Knowles,
like, why wouldn't he just be like, well, in some instances prenups might not be good, but others it can be permitted. It's like, no, it's bad.
Men just have to suck it up and leave themselves completely exposed and legally vulnerable because God allegedly wants them to.
You know what else is crazy? I think in that same interview, I think Pearl asked Michael Knowles if a man found out that his child wasn't his, or the wife cheated on him and it wasn't his kid, should they get divorced? And Michael Knowles was like, no. Like, he had this like hardline stance of like, no, you should stay married even in that situation. And I think honestly, like, I think even for Christians, I could be wrong. I mean, maybe for Catholics it's different. I really don't know. So somebody, you can correct me, but that adultery is like the one thing that can justify divorce if it's going to happen. So if you find out the child is not, you know what I mean? Like, God forbid, but then wouldn't that justify a divorce? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. People forget women are already. Okay. Let's see. I was wondering what happened to her. Oh, Zelena got hit or something. He's a simp. Not to cast aspersions, but Michael Knowles strikes me as the kind of guy who has placed his foot conspicuously far underneath the stall partition in an airport bathroom 167 times. It's a very specific example.
But
it's like really
I suspect
random.
if the sacrament of baptism resulted in babies drowning 40 to 45% of the time, most parents would be inclined to buy their child water wings. Other conservative commentators are more reasonable than Knowles and recognize in the modern world, prenups are a great form of risk mitigation. According to the available data, only about 12% of prenuptial agreements are thrown out in court. So men who take this precaution only have a 1 in 8 chance of getting financially obliterated and having their children stolen. At least it's slightly better odds than having a game of Russian roulette. And I leave it up to you to decide whether or not that makes marriage low enough of a risk to go for it. However, according to a 2022 Harris poll, only 15% of spouses across the United States actually get prenups. And according to a 2017 Brandon Gale survey, 67% of women who are hostile to the idea of getting one. So making a prenup a prerequisite for marriage might severely constrict a man's dating pool and leave the majority of men out here in the cold unable to find a reasonable woman who recognizes the corruption of divorce courts.
The one thing that I do appreciate about the prenup conversation is, to me, that the prenup is the closest thing to the traditional marriage contract that I think that we have left. Unfortunately, it's just a big disaster, especially with a lot of these family codes out here, which become part of your life as soon as you sign that marriage license. But at least the prenup conversation forces a discussion prior to marriage about all these pragmatic things, which I think is the big positive of it. Now, of course, you know, it's not going to be as good as a true marriage contract, which would be like legally enforceable, because the family codes would negate stuff in your prenup that just doesn't, you know, jibe with the way family law is. And that's why things like child support and custody, you know, aren't decided in a prenup. It's more about, a prenup really is more about acknowledging that you're engaged. It's about acknowledging that one person is accepting a hypergamous union. So you're trying to mitigate hypergamy to some extent, versus finding something that is like a balance, like the dowry system, you know, pretty much encouraged. But I do look at the prenup in the sense of, I think it's good to have that conversation. So at least it brings that up there instead of just signing into something blindly and ignoring a bunch of things because you're afraid to bring it up. Cesar Quintana with the $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And shout out to you for being here, man. We were just seeing you on the screen, and I was reading what you sent me there about the commentary on the canon law. Even though Michael Knowles tries, I'm the smartest kid in the class, not him. My Cesar Quintana and Michael Knowles are they're rivals. They're rivals from many years ago. So I'm on Team Quintana over here, if anybody's concerned. Michael Knowles definitely has that I want to be the smartest kid in the class, you know, feeling to him. Now, you know, I don't want to say I'm above something like that, but he definitely seems like he can fit the bill for that. Thank you again for the super chat, Caesar. That means a lot, man. I appreciate it. I'll try not to spend that all on cigars and retro video games off of eBay. You know, I'll try to put that to something productive, man. Thank you. Thank you again, though, man. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for your forgiveness for Mr. Pitt to Elena. It looks like you accidentally hit her or something from the chat. Hit her, like, prenup is in exit contract. It doesn't cover the conditions of marriage. Yeah, at best, it's protecting what you have going in, really. I mean, and yeah, hopefully you can make it out with that. But yeah, it's unfortunately, I just think, you know, the only part that's really positive is the fact that at least you guys have to acknowledge that you're both coming in here from a different station. You know what I mean? And maybe you can try to put some stuff in there and hopefully the judge doesn't throw it out. That's the thing that sucks about it. I know someone like James Sexton will say it'll have a better chance if every 5 years or so you guys revisit the prenup and sign like an updated one or something. So that's something you can hope for, you know. W. Cesar Quintana, absolutely. Kyle Wells says, I'm convinced that every man affiliated with the Daily Wire has their testicles stored in the same mason jar, kept underneath Ben Shapiro's wife's bathroom sink. Once church and faith started getting outpaced by the education of agnosticism, if not atheism, so did the attendance, which some churches took as an opportunity to do their version of Buddy Jesus. I mean, I think they're in a tough position because, you know, the power that I guess, you know, the church once had is not there anymore, and they had real power over marriage, legally speaking. And, you know, in the current world we live in now, it's a kind of it's a secular society, even though you have religion, but they don't have the same kind of power to enforce certain things that they once did. So that, I think, you know, causes them to have to change their approach to how do you get folks in here and this kind of stuff. And, you know, then of course things are dependent on donations. So that can influence things. Unfortunately, they have to navigate those same challenges. Lowercase on purpose. Elena's Bar Fitness prenup doesn't outline the duties of both spouses. Okay, the Ghost of Mariupol has entered the chat. Exactly. Shout out to the Ghost of Mariupol out here. 30 likes. Let's go. I know. Thank you to the 38 viewers out there and to the 30 individuals who hit the like button. I appreciate that. Get back to this in a moment. Christianity says marriage makes the husband and wife one flesh. Women are told to build a life together. Prenups go against the one flesh model. You know, I will say it's a bit disappointing that, Michael Knowles, he's a Catholic man, but it's like here we have the Catholic press in 1904 saying, should every girl have a dowry? And emphatically answering yes, and then explaining why men don't marry. And then here we are in an epidemic of literally the fastest growing demographic is men who are single, who don't plan to get married. And, Michael doesn't want to address this. Like, I want to hear what his opinion is on the dowry. And is he saving a dowry for his daughters? You know what I mean? I feel like implicitly he probably is, just because he's well-to-do. So there's probably going to be some of that in there. But, it's how do you sit here and you tell normal middle-class people to just take this on and all this kind of stuff, and you have an obligation to do this but not address the pragmatic stuff, or get on the other side of it, or say, women, you should be doing this. If you want a good marriage, you should be saving up for your marriage. You know what I mean? Instead of just like the guy needs to work and provide. Many feminists would say that prenup only works for wealthy men, not average men who get ruined in the divorce court. Well, what they'll do is, if you're an average guy, who was that guy? Who's that finance guy? Dave Ramsey. You remember we were watching that clip with Dave Ramsey's daughter, and someone called in, and because I guess the person their fiance was talking about a prenup, and he made $84,000 a year. It was in Australia, and then Dave Ramsey's daughter was like making fun of it. It's like, he's only getting $85,000 a year. Why is he asking for a prenup? You know what I mean? So it's like average men, when you bring up the prenup thing, they just want to laugh at him and shame him. But it's like, I think it's important to bring that up if you're considering it. It's a deterrent at best. Yeah, I think that's true. Angry Casper. How would average men protect themselves? My personal opinion is that if you're gonna engage in the contract or leverage yourself into this situation, it's best to leverage yourself with somebody that has some kind of assets or some kind of income to match that. Is it gonna guarantee a good marriage? No. Is it at least going to save you from a horrible gray divorce? I think on some level, yes. So the stay-at-home mom model, apparently, is where guys get, I think, gutted the worst. Can bad things still happen? Yes, but as far as protection goes, that's better. That's better. I wonder how many women oppose the post-nup in contrast. I'm sure a lot of them do, but by that time you're already signed in, unless it's them who comes up on a bunch of money or something. The Bible says women are not. I think there was some athlete or somebody who wanted to get a post-nup, but it was rejected, and now they're going through a divorce. I think Coach covered it. The Bible says women are not allowed to file for divorce. Therefore, when a woman divorces her husband, she still believes it is his responsibility to provide for her and the children. It is natural. Prenup is also supporting the current system. Lawyers state get paid to get the marriage intact. I think what Michael is doing is manipulative reproductive suppression. He may prepare dowry for his daughters, but he would promote a different narrative for the masses. I agree with that. I think he would do that. I think the world understands high value men seeking prenups. It's like a reverse dowry. It's not, yeah, I guess you could say that. It's mostly just the way I look at it is they're like, okay, fine, I'm accepting hypergamy, but I at least want to mitigate some of the biggest negative effects of it, even though it still doesn't help with things like kids and stuff like that. Worst case, just game the judge. Yeah, you can go the pickup artist route there. That'll always be hilarious. If a guy needs to get married, he needs to layer his protection. Private contract trust, prenup, no real assets in his name, post-nup, etc. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, Luke, taking multiple steps like that. Right, RLFL. Kate's moving on this.
The truth is, there is no silver bullet that would cure men's justifiable marriage hesitancy. According to a 2023 study published by Date Psychology, roughly 2/3 of men seem to be entirely turned off by dating. The juice doesn't seem to be worth the squeeze.
I mean, we're seeing that right here. This is from the new Pew study. Shows men, or excuse me, what men without kids and no marriage plans are now America's fastest growing demographic. Guys are just enjoying watching sports and, playing retro video games. Men got smart because women are lost and don't know what they want. Getting married is too risky as the laws are set up in a way that can destroy everything a man has built. 4,500 likes. I'd be like, damn, I might take myself to the movies today and get all the snacks. Being single is better than being with the wrong person, but far, far worse than being with the right one. Oh, gosh. 2 race cars, no kids, all of the piece. So this guy got a Corvette and something else. Good job, man. Let's raise these numbers. We've all been preparing for when Battlefield 6 releases. All by design. Dating scene is awful. On a first date, girlie told me I need to pay her rent to date her. Did not have a second date. That's just insane. Can we get a tax deduction for that? Worst time in American history to be a man trying to make it financially. Find love, create a family, all without giving up on everything. 43, single, no kids, just ate pizza. I'm about to be getting some pizza too, courtesy of Trevor. Watch the Yankees lose. Going fishing in the morning. Life's all right, to be honest. I'm going to give this guy a heart right here. Shout out to that guy. There is no longer any benefit to men in marriage. This is honestly true. As far as the marriage license goes, yes. It's a good life. Cars, motorcycles, freedom. They're really selling it in here. I didn't go through these comments before, but dang, these are... Let's be honest for a second. That's a growing number of failures. Oh, here comes the try. Oh, come on. Men who struggle by date to date aren't deemed by women as suitable for procreation. This isn't positive, and I'm one of the men with no kids, no wife, and it's not a good thing. Okay, so one guy here without it is not happy. You're not wrong. I'm still unsure of what to make of it all. Okay. Well, poor guy. I get it. You know, it's tough. He's going through it. Damn, this is true. I mean, I'm good on child support, losing my home to a woman in 3 to 8 years. There it is. Pearl mentioned that, the 8 years, while then having to deal with trauma afterwards from never being good enough. See, that's the other end of what this guy is talking about up here. So anyways, shout out to the demographic.
And these men won't be coming back to the table until there's meaningful divorce court reform or a greater proportion of women learning to become wife material worthy of the risk, preferably both. As such, if fake tradcons are generally concerned for the romantic and marital happiness of men and not just those men that they think they can convert, they would make a campaign for divorce court reform their #1 issue with regard to the future of the nation. Because without men marrying, the fertility rate is going to continue to plummet to South Korea levels. Meanwhile, I suspect that the dating situation is going to continue to deteriorate until young women realize that their own interests are being hurt by neglecting the traits, qualities, and outlook that men seek in romantic partners.
Man, you know, the more expensive stuff gets out there and the tougher it gets, I mean, I guess if I had to say, I don't know if I'm just really trying to positively interpret this, but it's like with it being so tough, I think that will just have to force people to come to the table and be way more pragmatic about marriage. Like if buying a house is that hard for an individual, then it's just like families are going to have to figure out what to do. You know, especially if parents now are looking at this and they know it's going to be tough for their kids. The planning is going to be way different from even the families involved. And then when marriage comes, you know, maybe they'll look at it way differently. So that could be a silver lining for that.
After all, involuntary singleness and childlessness are already at epidemic levels among Western women. And
I could hear Coach saying, these are your future wives. I could hear Coach's voice in my mind right now. He's just like, these are your gentlemen, these are your future wives.
This trend is projected to continue to climb. In order for that pattern to reverse itself, reciprocity is key. The juice must be worth the squeeze.
There it is. Yeah, I agree with that.
Tradcons have often tarred me with the brush of being a black-pilled doomer who thrives off of men being lonely and miserable. In which case, I must be doing a bad job because the majority of my single fan base report having found peace without the risks, burdens, and inequality of a modern marriage.
I mean, let me just see that real quick. Sorry, I gotta see the artwork. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so this is the prenup symbology right here. So it's like, yeah, you're still getting married, and hopefully this adds some protection for you. Second prelim meme just dropped. Guy has a helmet, aka prenup. Thanks for that. The other man says, I think you're right, Shah. Things have to get so bad for them to finally recognize the problem. Isn't that how it even got started in the first place? I mean, I just think that's how tough it used to be for everybody. You know, like, I don't even know if the word tough is right. It was just that hard. It wasn't easy to just jump out at your own, neglect your extended family, and, you know, become a big shot. You know, yeah, sure, it's possible, but for the majority of people, they're going to have some completely different considerations. I don't know, even just where I live, and I look around at houses and I think about facilitating a purchase for that, and it's like the conversation around that just needs to be so different, you know, especially if you're doing that in 2025. Or her father knew it was not a good idea and didn't know how to tell you. Dating is the same as selling peace leave. Prosties would get mad at I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what that was. Prostitutes would get mad at women who dated because they're giving it. Oh, I see. Yeah, they were cutting into their market, and it affected their business in the early 1900s. It's kind of interesting. It's almost like in, you know, older times, it's like you had a marriage that was pragmatic and you had a dowry system. And then on the other end of that spectrum, you had prostitution. And it's like, it was just kind of the way the market, I don't know, was, but there was this huge separation between them. And then dating came on the fray and romantic love came on the fray. So then you got love match marriages and then you got dating. So that affected, you know, dowry marriages and, or you can say, you know, marriages of reason. And then it also affected the prostitution game. It's like this weird regulator. I don't know, I imagine it like there's regulators on both sides of the market or something. And it's an interesting point, Michael. It's an interesting point that the prostitutes were getting angry at women who were dating because they were just giving it up for dinners or something like that instead of getting paid for it and ruining the market for them. Don't feel bad, man. I was a sucker too. My ex-father-in-law was spineless. I just didn't know it until later. Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, that's a lot of guys that are in this space, you know, so all I could say is you're in good company. Shout out to the folks out there. And even for the guys that weren't married, man, like, it's just everybody got, you know, don't lie. I know some of y'all have done some simping out there, myself included, and then got your heart broke and, you know, it sucked. And I'm sure it sucked way more if you were in a marriage because you were way more over leveraged, but there's still guys, you know, that were going out with somebody and they got screwed over really hard, or they were living with someone for a couple of years and they did a lot of things, and looking back, they're like, why did I do that? And they probably cringe looking back. That I would say that's every guy in this chat right now. Like, we'd all have to. I'm sure there's that one guy that's like, nah, man, I've always won. But no, you know, I think we all got to admit to it. Klaus says, you and a lot of other guys, don't feel bad. Yeah, Giovanni, believe his man. Her dad has a podcast now where he smokes weed and interviews guests. I learned how much of a goof he actually is. That's interesting. That problem with ladies of night and girls just dating will only reappear once the online give us money for zero actual human touch dies off or gets replaced by AI. Okay, let's just move back on to finish this.
But for another thing, that claim simply isn't true. I just want men to be well informed and to have a clear idea of the state of the field without being misled by those with obvious self-serving agendas.
I think that's the important thing too, is that, you know, men need to be informed and understand. I think that's kind of the big thing with me and the whole dowry, you know, stuff, is it's just like, I really want people to remember and know and be aware of that, you know, and so it can inform decisions in the future instead of it like just being hidden.
Those who want to use men as a disposable cannon fodder in the war for their political and religious ideals. I have repeatedly said that I try not to prescribe things to men or tell them how to live.
That's a good point. I want to hear that again. Like, men as cannon fodder in order for people's political and religious
those with
goals.
obvious idea of the state of the field without being misled by those with obvious self-serving agendas. Those who want to use men as a disposable cannon fodder in the war for their political and religious ideals.
I think that's an interesting point. I mean, they do use men like disposable cannon fodder. And frankly, they remind men of that all the time with the constant gynocentrism and, you know, you're as a man, you need to do this and that. And it is for their own, you know, goals and religious goals or whatever it happens to be. Maybe there is an overzealotry going on and they'll throw men under the bus for that.
I have repeatedly said that I try not to prescribe things to men or tell them how to live. Individual men are different with different skills, different personalities, different circumstances, and different women around them. If you find a woman who is loyal, ride or die, and seems worth the risk of marriage, then go for it. Consider a prenup. But if you're a man who wants to go his own way and you are happy and at peace alone, also go for it.
Shout out to that. Luke Nielsen says, dude, I sent before. I will admit it. Didn't know any better. Same here, man. That's pretty much all of us here. I'm not angry about this, but why it's not an issue today is an issue in itself. The Super BP, though, does not covered. Michael Saint says government loves feminism. The government wants men who are spineless. It gives them power. Yeah, that's true. When families not taking care of certain things on their own, that power has been given up to a kind of welfare government system. And feminism helps facilitate that wealth transfer, you know, from men to women. So the government and women's feminist groups are in bed together. You see the bar and now together. I'm not sure if that was an acronym for something. Giovanni says, I consider myself very lucky, no alimony, and I'm planning to expand my collection, maybe a Porsche. Sounds like you want to be like Klaus. Klaus is working on that too. Klaus has a considerable collection going on right now.
If you're a man who just wants to date, party, and have fun, as long as you aren't misleading women with false promises, I say go for it as well. Regardless of what path you choose, I hope it is right for you and that it brings you satisfaction and contentment. Just do it fully informed, forewarned, and forearmed, eyes open. Thank you for watching. Like the video, and we'll talk to you next time.
All right. Shout out to Pearl. It's a great video. I really appreciated the stats and all that. And the kind of compilation of clips there from different tradcons. She did a good job. Let's go ahead and read the comments here, see what we got. All these millionaires telling us to get married is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that, especially when it comes to tradcons. Pearl has done a breakdown of different tradcon women and who they're married to, especially as far as like influencers go. And they're all like, a lot of them are married to like extremely, extremely rich men. I got married to a traditional woman. She's currently divorcing me, and I will now pay $1,000 a month to her. Don't get married, fellas. It is a humiliating experience. Dang, it's unfortunate for him. I'm paying way more than that a month for my military retirement pension for the rest of my life. Gosh, I've seen some of those. If she is divorcing you, she isn't traditional. See that? No, she was claiming to be traditional. You can't run away from that. This right here to me is like a kind of, I don't even know what to call it, like a cope. It's like, no, that the ones selling themselves as traditional do that. Well, she was never really traditional then. Okay. Being married, and it's like, I get it. I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, no, you know, she was a tradcon. She was a tradcon. Which I get, okay, that's not real traditional, but she was definitely selling herself that way. Being married is a constant humiliation ritual. I keep seeing this about the humiliation. Nowadays, you know, and I think, yeah, it is. Conservatives are just as feminist as the left. The divorce rate in Orange County, California is 75%. Wow. With 85% of those followed by women. That's insane. 75% in Orange County. I guess I can believe it, you know. I attended a very conservative church, had everything taken from me after a 6-year marriage, told my son not to do it. See, you know what's bad out here when men are telling their kids, their grown-up sons who are of marriageable age, it ain't worth it. That's how you know it's bad. That's how you know it's bad. Why is everyone so disingenuous to men who are rationally scared of putting themselves in a situation that doesn't benefit them? This is one of the things that keeps men away from the church. No one argues in good faith for the men and women, for the men and shame men for following their intuition, but at the same time encourage women to follow theirs. That's a great comment right there. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Lord Farquaad. Also, tradcon influencers. I don't know if you guys remember the movie Shrek. Also reminds me of Zach Brannigan from Futurama. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. MGTOW is the only path to peace. Shout out to the MGTOW folks out here. Divorce rates have been dropping because modern women are running out of men to divorce. There you go. Even if she is genuinely traditional now, she may or may not be down the road. Yeah, that's what it is right there. I mean, I think that kind of speaks to the other guy's comments of she was never traditional. No, the problem is that you can have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They might have this opinion, then one day they might wake up and just suddenly feel like they're missing out on something and it's time to destroy the family, God forbid. Make all child custody 50-50, eliminate child support. Each parent pays for the child when they have them. Eliminate alimony. You get the lifestyle you can earn. Do those things and marriage might come back. I stopped dating. I'm less stressed, saving more, going to the gym 3 to 5 times a week, and starting several new hobbies. Currently looking for a new bookshelf. I'm buying all my favorites in hardback, and my current shelf is completely full. Shout out to this guy. St. Paul was right. Marriage is a joke. Can't believe anyone still is doing this. My life alone is much, much more enjoyable. God, I feel almost bad liking that because I want to believe that there's hope, if you find a deal, but I also understand what he's saying. God will forgive her for being a drive-through, but I won't. No hymen equals no diamond. I also prefer no dowry, no marriage. That's what the Irish used to say. I can't take DW seriously, grifters. Yeah, I got to hit the like on that. I hate to, see the grifter word thrown around, but many states are finally changing the laws so men are not destroyed by their ex-wives. Well, I've heard about Kentucky. I hope it's many states. I'd like to see. I mean, that'll be a great time when it's many states changing the laws. Survivorship bias. People who have good marriages think everyone else can have a good marriage, without considering the fact that far more men are destroyed by this legal attachment to women. And every man who was destroyed thought his woman was a wonderful person. Yeah, I mean, it's like a battle where only one man survives and comes home and says, it was a great experience. It taught me a lot. You should join because you will have a great time. Well, what about the 10,000 men who died? I think that's a good point right there. We can leave it there. Oh, hold on. This one's good. Leftists and conservatives are abusing men and wonder why men are abandoning civilization. Yep, it's both leftists and conservatives. That's the important point. Marriage is righteous, but without divorce reform, it is pointless. Marriage is biblical, but divorce law is secular. This is unequally yoked. I'll give him a like on that. Okay, let me just catch up with the chat. And then what I'll do is I just got to, take a leak. We'll do the be right back screen. And then we'll come back. We'll look at the Catholic Press article just for a little bit. And then we'll watch that video on child support. Well, it's not really on child support, but it's about a situation that a guy got himself in. It's another one of those, that guy with his belly showing. I don't know. I just keep watching stuff from that guy. It's kind of funny. And we'll listen to that. We're at 2 hours, 55 minutes. So we probably won't get to the effective purpose video today. Maybe we'll have to save that for another time. So let me just see here real quick. If I missed anything. Oh, Bar Association for Lawyers and now National Organization of Women. Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Michael. The trad contest is strangely unfalsifiable. She's a traditional wife until she does something untraditional. Then people say you picked wrong. She was never truly traditional. Exactly. It's crazy. So you can only find out when you find out she's not traditional. Other than that, you just gotta take the plunge. About time too, and they should be. Women got the right to divorce and custody. Okay. So yeah, anyways, I'm just gonna hit the be right back screen, guys. Give me like 3 minutes, maybe less, and then we'll get back. We'll look at that Catholic Press article, and we'll get moving on the next video.
Yeah. She coming with nothing. Yeah. Deadbeat vibes. Let's go. Deadbeat woman, no bag, no dowry. Think she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no quarry. Roll up, no fun, she just got a vibe. Claim she the queen, but her wallet's bone dry. Want the whole plate, but can't carry a load. Talking about love, but she breaking the code. I'm stacking my paper, she stacking the stress. Bringing no cash, but she want the finesse. Think she the boss, but she causing a mess. Weight on my back, is she more than my ex? Deadbeat woman, no bag, no dowry. Think she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no glory. 808 quake, yeah, my bankroll thick. She show up empty, trying to pull a quick trick. Say she hold it down, but it's all cap. Emotional baggage, yeah, she got a full pack. I'm dodging like chaos, she stirring the pot. Claiming the workload, but she giving me squat. No coins in the purse, but she talking so loud. Deadbeat vibe, she ain't drawing no crowd. She pull up, no hustle, just running her lips. Expecting a throne, but she sinking my ship. Got dreams at the top, but no grind in the soul. Leaving me broke while she playing the role. I'm out here hustling, she just want to shine. Talking about feelings, but she crossing the line. Her drama's a storm, yeah, it's clouding my peace. Deadbeat energy, man, I need a release. Deadbeat woman, no bag, no dowries. Think she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no quarry. She flexing on a gram, but her pockets on EE. Talking big game, but it's all make believe. I'm carrying the weight, she just adding the pain. Bringing no value, but she raising the stakes. Her tears like a flood, but I'm seeing that act. Claiming she deep, but she shallow, that's fat. I'm trying to build wealth, she just breaking my back. Deadbeat woman, time to cut us a slack. No dowry, no hustle, she just wanna flex. Bringing nothing but trouble, leaving me perplexed. Think she the table, but she barely a chair. Deadbeat woman, yeah, she ain't playing fair. Deadbeat woman, no bag, no berries. Think she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no quarry. Yeah. She coming with nothing.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back, guys. My bad. Whew. Ooh, I needed that. Oh my God. Okay. All right, where are we at here? Hope y'all enjoyed the music. Made another image in Discord. Okay, let me pull that up real quick. My God, I feel like oh man. Dang, this is making me hungry, man. Man, with Mr. Pitt. Man, I'd love to smoke a cigar with Mr. Pitt. I swear to God. I hope Mr. Pitt's okay with the image there. I don't know if Mr. Pitt identifies with Mr. Pitt is definitely a pit bull in the chat when it comes to getting rid of these people out here trying to derail a show. I'll tell you that. This is making me want to get a black suit, man. And a hat to go with it. And then grow my hair long again like it used to be. Yeah. Man. My favorite pizza, believe it or not, is just olives. I mean, I've eaten all kinds of pizza. Who am I kidding? But the pizza that, like, when I was younger that I really liked was I'd get olives or double olives. Like, literally just a cheese pizza with olives on it. Sometimes garlic, man. That's what I'll probably get when I go to One Speed to get that pizza. Thank you for that. Okay. All right, folks. I'm not going to read this whole thing because I know it'll probably, kind of torture everybody. But this was shared to me from Peter Wright. And I just like that it's from the Catholic press and it's from over 100 years ago. And it kind of explains why men were avoiding marriage then, right? So I mean, like there's a similarity to like this and this, right? Single childless men become fastest growing U.S. demographic. So there's some history of bachelor movements. I know somebody asked about that earlier. You know, Peter Wright discusses bachelor movements and the history there. And this is just kind of a window into that. So we did read this first paragraph early on in the stream. So I'm sorry if you're just joining now. Thank you to the 33 people who liked the stream, by the way. Appreciate that. Hitting that like button. Mr. Pitt says pizza and Perdomo cigars. Man, that sounds like a fantastic night. Mr. Pitt, man, if I ever meet you in real life, I'm buying you a cigar somewhere. Dang, I haven't had a cigar in a while. Now I want a cigar. Gosh. See, now I want pizza and a cigar. Gosh, the cravings are hitting crazy tonight. Okay, criminal neglect of parents. Catholic press. We are not going to deal with this question as it affects the wealthier classes in this country. They do, as a rule, endow their daughters after a fashion. The parents of the great middle classes are the most criminal in this neglect of a bounden duty. And their crime is greater for the fact that in their degree of life, it is all important that some provision should be made for their girls, who can neither expect to marry very well nor earn very much if they have to support themselves. We have heard it asserted, and we believe it to be a fact, that there would be thousands more marriages in Australia every year if our girls only had a little dot being another word for dowry. We do not insinuate that Australian men are more mercenary than those of other countries, but young men in the middle classes do not earn a great deal before they are over 30. This is a point that's in here twice, and it's about how it's ridiculous to expect men to be able to provide all these things before they hit age 30 or 40. And that's why, you know, there should be some contribution from the other side if you want people to get married early. So we're going to see that in there twice. And a pit bull too, right? Yeah. My bad. You're talking about what if I met Mr. Pitt? Heck yeah. If we had a pit bull chilling with us. Mr. Pitt is a pit bull. He gets after his. Heck yeah, he does. Okay. Before they are over 30, but young men in the middle classes do not earn a great deal before they are over 30, and frequently it is the difficulty of furnishing a house that keeps them single. See, and this is where we're at today, right? Like we were able to finance love and indulge in love when housing prices were different. You could be like, screw you, mom and dad. We're 22 and we're 24 and we don't need you. And we're going to make a life for ourselves and this and that. But we're returning to an economic situation where this is becoming more of a reality. They would not marry a girl simply because she would bring them house linen and furniture. But could the woman they love do her share in fitting out the new home, there would be no need for a long and perhaps unsatisfactory engagement, nor any need to avoid girls altogether from a feeling that it would be a fatal mistake to fall in love. You see this sentence right here? There would be no need for a long, perhaps unsatisfactory engagement. The long, unsatisfactory engagement kind of reminds me of how, you know, there's that subreddit Waiting to Wed, and it's full of 50,000 women complaining about how they've been going out with their boyfriend for 5 years and he hasn't proposed. That, I think, the unsatisfactory engagement, the long, unsatisfactory engagement is I think, a similar situation to that. They're engaged for really long. They could see themselves getting married, but the trigger is not being pulled because these pragmatic concerns aren't being thought of, right? So I think that's kind of an interesting corollary. Nor any need to avoid girls altogether from a feeling that it would be a fatal mistake to fall in love. A fatal mistake to fall in love. So, I mean, where are we seeing that, right? All of these folks in this comments are talking about it's a fatal mistake. You know what I mean? All of these comments right here are talking about how it's a fatal mistake. Okay, so this is from 1904. You know, this is from 1904, right? So we're not crazy for thinking this way. Too much false sentiment. There is a great deal of false sentiment about the subject of portioning girls and about girls' fortunes. It is said that the girl alone should be enough for any lover. This is the I am the table, right? I am the table. We've heard this before. Sentimentally, this is correct, and she is enough. But now, if you want to talk in terms of sentiment or romantic ethos, that's I guess what that is what gynocentrism is. Putting her on a pedestal and saying she is the table and she should be enough just on her own, while the guy needs to bring everything. But the young people have to live under a roof. See, this is where the pragmatics come in. But the young people have to live under a roof and eat 3 meals a day, right? So yeah, idealistically, you can, fantasize about that or whatever, but in the real world, people got to eat, people got to live somewhere. And so the material side must be thought about too. There was one quote from one of these older newspapers, I think from a lady, might have been Dorothy Dix, I can't remember. But it said that, I can't remember that a match is made in heaven or, something like that, but it needs to be carried out here on earth. Okay. Very often the position of a pair of Australian sweethearts is this. The young man has income enough for the two of them, but no capital to start the home. Okay. He can get the furniture on time payment, but that would cripple him for years. If the girl had only a small dowry, the difficulty would be solved, but she has not. Her parents consider their duty ended with her education, and their responsibility is very little concerned in her marriage. Let the young man save up. We hear someone say, let the young man save up, we hear someone say. Certainly he might do that, but then every young man cannot save. And then is it altogether unreasonable that he should expect some little help from his future partner? Now, I mean, nowadays we have that, well, you got to just become high value. Once you become high value and then all this stuff, and then the women are going to be attracted to a provider. Well, at that point, how are you going to get that guy to be monogamous? After he went through all that crap to be able to afford a house on his own and be able to pay all this stuff and got all this stuff going on, then he's going to sit here and get married to this one woman and like leverage everything? Especially when he's got a ton of women chasing him, and then you get the kid in the candy store, basically. Let the young man, okay, yeah, we got that. And then is it altogether unreasonable that he should expect some little help from his future partner? Has a man a right to expect the dowry? Well, you know how we feel about that.
Your dowry, it's my right.
The answer is yes, as far as this channel's concerned. John Oliver Hobbes, writing from a woman's point of view, says that, oh yeah, because that's her pen name, right? So this guy, John Oliver Hobbes, and in parentheses it says Mrs. Craigie. So she's writing under a pen name. John Oliver Hobbes, writing from a woman's point of view, says that a man has an undoubted right to expect a dowry with his wife. Okay, well, shout out to her. You know how we feel about that.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And that it is preposterous to accuse a man of marrying for money when he chooses someone whose income is probably about the same as his own. Of course, very few men expect a girl with any income, but they are not blind to the advantage of marrying a girl who has a sum of ready money at her disposal. It enables the two of them to make a good start in their new life. It removes very many obstacles that might otherwise arise and block their union. It is not that men are fortune hunters, proiketeris for the Greek, but as John Oliver Hobbes points out, it is because the ablest men in the learned professions cannot, by the hardest work and the most strenuous effort, make a large income before they are 40. See, there it is the second time. It's crazy to sit here and expect all young men to go on this rags to riches journey and hit a freaking half-court shot somehow, you know what I mean, and make it, and like, yeah, I made it. And then that's what, this is where the entitlements of the average woman expecting. That's crazy. Marriage is supposed to be two people coming together and working together to build a life. If a guy's got to climb up to the top of the peak by himself, and then she's going to like somehow magically get elevated up there from this guy or whatever the hell happens, one of those big ass birds from the end of the Lord of the Rings comes and picks her up and drops her off up there to meet the guy, I guess. Why the hell is that guy going to marry one woman when he's got a bunch of women that are just trying to fight to get to the peak? He's going to, you know what I mean? Then that's how you end up where we're at with this. Okay, moving in. Luke Nielsen says, exactly. That article kind of underlines what Michael Sayan was saying about when a man should marry. Okay, yep, shout out. Giovanni says, high value man equals high value target. Very true, very true. And I don't mean that that's good. I just mean that what you're saying is correct. But yes, that's quite often the case, especially with the current divorce regime that we have, that we're living under. You should aim to be high value as just a matter, of course, in respecting yourself and your potential, but never perform for the Suki. Yes, yes. Becoming high value just increases the chances you're targeted and played. Very true. Oh, I think that's what most men do. It's like once they go through the struggle, or I don't know most men, but at least men who are watching this, like once they go through the struggle and they do that and they beat out all the odds, then they're like, why? Like, why should I now put myself in this vulnerable position to this person? And then they start getting all this attention, or like, why are they going to play the tradcon monogamy game? Why are they going to jump out with her wearing the parachute? You know what I mean? Okay. So, yeah, I'll read that sentence again. But as John Oliver Hobbes points out, it is because the ablest men in the learned professions cannot, by the hardest work and the most strenuous efforts, make a large income before they are 40. And are young businessmen and young clerks and tradesmen better situated? ? It is called, and justly called, madness when we realize the expenses of modern living for a clever man to marry for love only at the beginning of his career. At the very period, therefore, when a good woman's influence, and it must be an influence that is sympathetic, is as necessary to a man's character as his own legitimate ambition, he is warned by example and precept to avoid the danger of his best sentiments. He will be too romantic while he is young to marry a fortune, too proud while he is young to show preference where he may actually feel it. If the girl happens to be an heiress, too sane to risk the consequences of a precarious establishment. What is the result? The poor young men who rush blindly into matrimony with penniless wives do not do so because they are more courageous than those who remain single, but because they are less intelligent. Exactly. Because they are less intelligent. This is where the gold pill is important. They have not looked ahead, and they are quite unable to bear the reproofs when they are come of their folly. And it must be remembered also that the demands upon a man's purse are precisely in proportion to his success and reputation. Okay, good article so far. See, I'm enjoying this. I know it's pretty long. Yeah, maybe we should just go for gold here and make it through. What are we at? 3 hours, 12 minutes? Yeah, let's just go for it. The poor unmarried girl. But John Oliver Hobbes does not only advocate the dowry as an incentive or aid to matrimony. She says this definite fortune, no matter how small, ought not to be dependent on the act of marriage. It ought to be given on the girls attaining a certain age, say 25. The position of unmarried women in any family is usually insupportable, she says. They cannot be expected to endure the treatment and indignities to which they are subjected. No wonder they wish to break away from such ignominious restraint and gain independence by entering hospitals, offices, shops, or anything that offers an excuse for a little liberty. The poorest peasant in Ireland and in all countries except England and Australia will consider it a mere commonplace of his routine as a human being to bestow some property on each of his female children. Okay. Let's go in and move on to this next one. A chair and a wheelbarrow as a dot. Okay, well, let's see what the wheelbarrow's got to do here. The property may often seem, thrilling enough, continues John Oliver Hobbes. I have known an instance where a chair and a wheelbarrow were appraised as a very handsome dot, and the heiress received hearty congratulations as the value of these securities. In Catholic countries, a girl who does not care to marry may enter one of the religious orders. So that'd be like a convent, I think, maybe. And the dowry which she would bring to her husband, she takes to the church. We did see this in that article with the Pope, because it specifically mentioned in there that the dowries those women were receiving, they could use to find a husband or they can use to join a convent. So we do know that women did have to pay a fee. Typically, it was smaller for the convent, though, from what I remember reading. The religious orders are not for every mind, but they certainly met and still meet one of the greatest difficulties of the human race. The Irish peasant with her chair and wheelbarrow was far happier in her sphere than many girls brought up to luxurious habits, moving constantly among the idle rich, hearing only of costly amusements, educated on entirely false ideas of domestic ethics. Sorry, this old newspaper print. Educated on entirely false ideas of domestic ethics, each knowing absolutely that she will be called a burden and a failure, which is unforgivable. If she cannot by some chance secure a man, no matter how repulsive, who can support her. And here a curious reflection occurs to me. It often happens that when the bridegroom is rich, parents who would allow a girl barely money enough for cabs will stint themselves in every way to give her ostentatious jewels and probably a dowry. If the same girl were to choose a man to whom her marriage portion would be useful, she would get bitter reproaches and certainly no help. Okay. Australian, looks like Dan put hold on a second. Dan put some more images in here. Hey, we got Luke Nielsen with the stew. Man, this is tight. I'm liking this, Dan. Heck yeah, man. This would be so awesome. Smoke a cigar with Luke and Mr. Pitt and have some pizza and some scotch. Whatever that happens to be. Could be cognac. Probably scotch if it's, a lot of people do that with cigars. Got a gold ring here on the right. Man, you're painting a nice picture. Smoking 2 cigars. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, man. That's fun. That's fun. I appreciate the AR, the real-time AI artwork and the music, of course. Okay, Australian parents and their daughters. Let's see what this is very Australia focused. No one can deny the truth of these reflections. No one can doubt that a girl with the dot in any section of society has immense advantages over her less fortunate sisters. See, I think that's the interesting thing. As marriage becomes a lot tougher and the marriage market becomes harder, and this is something Peter Wright discussed with me, but if one tradcon gave their daughter a dowry and they realized that it gave their daughter an edge in this tough marriage market, that could potentially catch on, maybe even like wildfire amongst people as the word spread. Okay, well, they were able to marry their daughter off. You know what I mean? And then depending on what this environment looks like in the future, the economy, it's getting tougher out there. And people see that they've successfully secured a marriage, for one of their daughters. They may think differently on this. Okay, no one can doubt that a girl with the dot, that's another word for dowry, in any section of society has immense advantages over her less fortunate sisters. If she is going to marry, it is a great help. If she remains single, the possession of some little fortune ensures a feeling of independence. With John Oliver Hobbes, we admit the objection that many clerks and small tradesmen can complain that they have no capital to sink in their daughters' marriages, nor can they afford to give them more than a little irregular pocket money, which they are always supposed to forego at the first exercise of entrenchment, and that it is hard to train men of the lower middle and laboring classes to consider their moral liability in this regard. It is hard to urge it suddenly upon them, and it is not reasonable to expect them to welcome any new demand upon their selfishness. But the poorest Irish peasants provide some little dowry for their daughters, and the Germans and the French always manage to lay aside something for their female children. In comparison with the continent, Australians are well-to-do people, and most parents could make some sort of provision in this regard for their daughters, if they only tried. Of course, it is not pleasant to urge another claim upon the patient taxpayer. Love is not a business relation, but housekeeping beyond doubt is the very beginning of all commerce, and Oliver Hobbes insists that it must be considered squarely from every standpoint. And of all disastrous mistakes, this mistake of not providing for the future wives and mothers of Australians is the most ghastly social evil, the one least discussed, the one that has brought the most unhappiness, because it presses upon the noblest and the most silent. Okay, domestic crime. Much is said and written about drunkenness. Much is said or written on one or two other flamboyant topics. But it ought to be apparent that one main cause of our worst domestic crimes is to be found in the fact that our women are mostly dowerless. Yeah, we got a lot of dowerless women out here. They must either be given money or they must make it, says Oliver Hobbes. This is the women in the workforce. Dowerless women equals women needing and wanting to work. They must have something to marry on, or they must remain single. Men of position and means do not often choose poor brides, right? But, you know, you got the entire red pill out here, at least red pill 2.0. Thank you for that term, male space, saying, oh, well, you know, women will marry the Starbucks barista, you know, because women are hypergamous, but men will marry this. Well, yeah, if they're dumb, they'll do that. Okay. Men of position and means do not often choose poor brides. Cinderella is a fairy tale. Men of great ability are seldom capitalists from the cradle. On the other hand, she says, many men who have small but settled incomes would marry if every girl had something in the shape of a fortune which she could openly claim. The imbecile reserve on the subject is the main cause of the trouble. A farmer in one of the eastern counties of England married 9 plain daughters because he announced as each one was christened that he would give her 50 pounds down on her wedding day. The sum was not large, but wooers knew where they were. Better 50 pounds for certain than wrangling over begrudged uncertainties. That farmer, however, had a French grandfather. Okay, and that's interesting too, because we know the French were practicing dowries way beyond from when the English gave it up. You know, and I think it'd be accurate to say the English were first to industrialize. Australian culture is heavily influenced by the English, and so are the Americans. Girls who do not marry, the girls of the middle and poorer classes who do not become wives have to earn their own livings. Okay, yep. Either they get a job, they work as a maid servant somewhere. If it's really bad, you know, they might have to go to that building behind the tavern that starts with the letter B. Have to start their business life with nothing except a gown or two, for their parents have not laid aside for them enough to furnish them a room should they decide to leave home. And this, we are told, is the most sorrowful case, because it is so common. The majority of girls are neither strong enough physically nor philosophic enough mentally to work for their living. Many work well, I know, says Oliver Hobbes. Many are successful, but the strain is always far greater than they will confess. And when the time for necessary recreation comes, they are generally too tired to enjoy it. Doesn't that sound like so many people on TikTok nowadays? Like, I always see those videos on TikTok where it's like a compilation of people talking about how expensive things are and how, you know, work. And it'll always be like some lady in her car, even guy too, but they'll be like, oh, is this all it is? Like, we just work and I'm so tired. And then Sunday comes and I can't go on a vacation or something like that. I'm sure you guys have seen some of those. Okay. But the strain is always far greater than they will confess, and when the time for necessary recreation comes, they are generally too tired to enjoy it. The universal employment of well-born and respectable girls in business is the worst thing possible for the race, and it ought to be rigorously condemned by all political economists. Men, seeing their sisters and women friends slaving by their side in the city and elsewhere, become less and less willing to work for women, less and less virile, less and less courageous, less and less good citizens, less and less chivalrous in their ideals. Now, this is some gynocentrism right here, and we do know this is written by a woman with the male pen name. The vital distinctions in sex, the disabilities of one and the force of the other are lost in the similarity of their outward tasks, but whereas the man at the end of his day is quite ready to spend the evening at some place of amusement or playing billiards, that sounds like a good time, playing some billiards, eating some pizza, smoking cigars, having some scotch. Mr. Pitt and Luke, man, that's going to be, the plan is coming together. Maybe we can get Dan the man over there too. I haven't played billiards in a long time. Or pool, as we say over here. His weaker associate, who does far more than he for far less pay. Okay, here comes the feminism. Goes home to a sloppy meal she is too weary to eat, and a lonely evening too sad to be described. This could be the boxed wine and cats trope here from 1904. The very pretty girls drift towards dressmaking shops, and the girls with high animal spirits rush toward the arts. They want to act or paint or sing or fiddle or strum. A few try to write, but writing is a solitary affair. An animal spirit soon bound off from a pile of foolscap or foolsheap. This is the old typewriter. A foolscap by a desolate hearth. An animal spirit soon bound off from a pile of foolscap by a desolate hearth. The pathos of women breadwinners. Okay, here we go. Is the women making some money? And what is the life of these girls who have been too poor to marry and have had to go into the city and work? Terribly pathetic. If we are to believe Oliver Hobbes, once I saw a mother, she says, with a child at her breast, pressing through a vast city crowd to see the Lord Mayor's chariot pass by. At last she reached a front place. She saw the show. She held the child up to the mounted police as a sign of triumph, but the child was dead. I have never forgotten that scene, nor the laugh of vindictive defiance, nor the terrible cry which followed it. I have often thought since that it was a history of most women who want a place in the front rank of the great highway. They may get the place, but the thing they love best has been sacrificed. That's an interesting imagery there. It's a working woman, and she goes and proudly shows her deceased child, I guess because she's so busy in that lifestyle. And it's interesting because it's almost like you can almost paste on some of that symbology to kind of the sort of, working women and abortion stuff that we got going on today. Now, it is a Catholic paper, you know what I mean? So I don't know if abortion was a thing that far back, but maybe not like it. Well, I'm sure in some ways, but maybe not like how it was today. It's an interesting imagery there. Interesting imagery. I have never forgotten that scene, nor the laugh of vindictive defiance, nor the terrible cry which followed it. I have often thought since that it was a history of most women who want a place in the front rank of the great highway. They may get the place, but the thing they love best has been sacrificed. They stand there with the dead, or not even with abortion. It's just women who work and don't get married. And then one day it's like, well, I'm this age. I forgot. There was somebody we were watching a couple weeks ago who's like almost 50. It's like that lady who was talking about, well, does he own the bus? You remember that lady? I think Coach covered it. So it's kind of also not even about having a kid with this kind of thing, but even just never having kids in the first place. So that was the sacrifice, you can say. They may get the place, but the thing they love best has been sacrificed. They stand there with a dead burden in their arms or a dead art in their souls. To men, the storm and strain of ambition or the necessity of breadwinning is natural. Moreover, when they fight, they have free arms, whereas a woman's arms are never empty. If she has no children, she has her mysterious maternal powers and affections which are so much more subtle and consuming than the affections of men. Her wearing sympathies and nervous organization which can bear the most severe occasional strains, but not the constant fret of a daily battle for standing room. Ebony K. Williams. Yes, exactly. Yes. See, that imagery kind of seems to match with like, okay, you got that place, but you had to make a sacrifice for that. Thanks for that, Mr. Pitt. But would the dowry remedy all this? No, but it would do much for many girls, enabling some to marry and others to go forward through their life with that confidence begotten of some little preparation for a rainy day. It is in the power of most parents to save a little for their daughters, and they should do it. The great majority of girls must marry poor husbands or none at all. Parents know this, yet put nothing by to assist the modest little household their daughters will one day wish to establish. So, yeah, interesting paper there. Interesting paper there from the Catholic Press. I do enjoy the reading here. So we'll finish off the stream with this video. What are we at right now? 3 hours and 28 minutes. This will probably take us to about 4 hours. It's kind of just, this is just kind of a funny discussion. I do have one more IG thing I can share with you guys. Speaking of images, I just gave Luke gray hair and beard in the Discord. Okay, let's see that. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool right there. I don't know if Luke's that old. I think Luke might be a little bit younger. This looks like a fun time. I don't know. I really like this like background environment. I love the colors and it just seems like such a chill spot. Not super bright. Like this seems like a place I can go to every day after work, or at least on weekends. Maybe this is what the tavern is like for us, you know? This is a metaphorical depiction of the tavern that we enjoy here every Saturday evening. Shout out to the folks in the tavern, all of y'all. Thank you for that, Dan the Man. I manage schedules, appointments, errands. I laugh at the cringy ones where they hit record and fake cry. Men were designed to work hard from sunup to sundown, then relax the rest of the evening and have a wife wait on him and bring him dinner, take care of the kids and clean the house. I'm holding the whole house together as a single dad, and I love it. Most rewarding thing I have ever done. Easiest job, too. Man, shout out to you for that, honestly. That's a beautiful thing. It's also interesting that, like, when, you know, it's funny that you say that because it reminds me of something I saw. I think it was like it was either a meme or it was like a IG reel, but it was a guy whose wife had to leave for a week. So he pretty much did all the stuff she had to do. And then he asked the question, he's like, I don't understand what everybody's complaining about. He's like, I've been doing all the laundry, cooking all the meals, putting all the kids to sleep, taking them to school for the last week. And it's not that hard. You know what I mean? Like, is this what everybody's been complaining about? Check the earlier one, Shah. Let me see. Did I miss that? Oh, got it. Okay, there's another one. Yeah, that's pretty badass right there. Yeah, man, I'm enjoying this. Man, I like the jazz in the background. Probably get a pool table in there. I don't know, man. This has got a real classy look, man. I like these archways here in the back and the smoke in the back. Man, you're really making me want a cigar right now. I just never smoke cigars by myself. You know what I mean? It's always like somehow there's an occasion with people. I agree, but times are as they are, and men are outperforming the other. Men cook, clean, and take care of the house when the woman is unwilling to. Men are better chefs because it is outside the home. It is a career, a profession. I remember going to a speakeasy in downtown Orlando once that resembled Dan the Man's Discord images. Man, that must have been a chill time right there. They even had a few burlesque shows throughout the night. That's pretty cool. That would be pretty cool to go to. Okay. Where we at? We got 34 likes. Shout out to the people who have taken the time to hit the like button. Shout out to the 37 people watching. We're at 3 hours, 31 minutes. I say we go and watch this video right here. Real quick, the background images are images that Mr. Pitt gave you for the jazz song. It's pretty cool background. Okay, yeah, I remember that when Mr. Pitt put that in there. So this is just I don't know. I just keep seeing videos from this guy's show, and it's like sort of liberal, I guess. But it's like kind of, they're two comedians and they get call-ins and sometimes they're funny, but it's always like the craziest situations. And this one is a situation of a guy who was working in France for a bit, and he ended up getting a woman pregnant. So it's called Help. I hooked up with the chick in France. Now she's pregnant. This one just made me think about child support. I saw a few child support cases that were international. Basically, international cases were tough, but in 2007, I believe, Obama signed the Hague Accords, which established child support reciprocity with a lot of different nations. So when I was working at child support, I saw a lot of these international cases, and I saw how they worked. And a lot of it depends on, you know, the sophistication of the system in those countries, and the ones with more sophisticated systems, for the most part, you know, that were party to this Hague Accord, we had reciprocity with. But some countries, like let's say the guy runs off to Mexico, there's nothing we can do about it. We used to just close those cases. But if she's in Mexico and you're here working, the U.S. will gladly charge you the American rate for child support and send that full check back to her in Mexico. I've seen this with Brazil. I've seen this with the Philippines. And these are countries that we don't have reciprocity with. At least not Philippines and Mexico. Pretty sure not Brazil also. I could be wrong about that one. I'll have to double check. But it's easier for them to get child support from you sitting all the way over there, and they will give them the American dollar. They won't look at the cost of living there. They will charge them by the calculator here and send that full money. But if it's the opposite way around, the other country is going to be like, screw you, you're not getting anything. In the case of France, the French has reciprocity. I've seen a case where it was a woman. Man, this is somebody that I won't say it all because it's kind of, you know, but this woman had gotten pregnant from a guy in France, and she came back here, and it took her a very long time for France to give her child support from the guy. But if you flip that situation around, France could ask us, and we, especially in California where I was at, would get that child support money sent to them so fast it would knock, you know, your socks off. So anyways, it's just gonna be a fun listen. I've pretty much given you the education of that up front. But you know, at the very least, we can, you know, maybe have some entertainment from that.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
All right, let's move in.
Stavros Eldis and guest, I have a bit of a conundrum. I went on vacation to France. Stavros Eldis and guest, I have a bit of a conundrum. I went on vacation to France.
Nice.
Kind of a half vacation, half work trip. I was studying some of the things I do for a living without going into too much detail.
Okay.
And as a result, it not being a get pussy trip.
Also, I know... well, I don't think Raymond's here tonight. The glasses kind of remind me of Raymond, except this guy seems like a huge partier or something.
I was not prepared to meet a lovely young woman.
Like he puts it in his calendar that way. Keep going.
Prepared to meet a lovely young woman who I had a really nice evening with, and then a really nice night with. Some of the shit she did, man. Vive la France. So I didn't have a critical piece of equipment handy. Didn't want to miss my opportunity. Decided to roll those dice.
Is she
Now,
talking about a condom?
I should not have rolled those dice.
Wow, bro.
Because I got a phone call a couple days ago for references.
Okay, so right there, if they have the phone number for this guy, that's his actual cell phone number. That's the only piece of information we need to know to be able to find this guy and get the child support from him. I'm telling you right now, just from somebody's phone number, if we have their real phone number at my desk at child support, I could work backwards and get their social security number, get their most recent income, get their most recent addresses, get their whole history of all that stuff, their relatives' names, a lot of different things. So even if she doesn't know his name, just by having the real phone number, it's already done. For 90% of the job is done.
It's about 3 months after I'm back stateside.
Oh, fuck.
And she is pregnant.
Oh.
So obviously, first question was, should we get rid of it? She was very Catholic, and so she is opposed. It's her call, of course.
French.
But I'm not entirely sure what to do. I don't think she can come after me for child support across the Atlantic Ocean.
That's not the question, man.
So this guy is completely wrong about that. She absolutely can come after him for child support. And honestly, she wouldn't even really have to initiate it through the Hague Convention. She could just call up the agency and they would, the one I was at would straight up facilitate it. Would just facilitate it, telling you.
What? That's not the first thing you think of, bro.
Can come after me for child support across the Atlantic
This guy's
Ocean.
like, Trump's, I love this isolationism. Keep us cut off from the rest of the world. You're lucky she's not Israeli. You would have had to send her a fucking $1 billion in child support.
Dude, this is
nuts.
Does
Keep
this
going.
happen all the time?
This is a new one, actually. Good question. Now, let's keep rolling. I need to hear the rest of this.
That said, I don't want to be a deadbeat dad. I don't want to fly to France once a year on Christmas. I don't think I can afford to fly to France once a year on Christmas. But I don't speak French and have no way to earn a living in France.
Holy fuck, dude.
But EU citizenship, and also the possibility that for at least a little while longer, I would still be experiencing what I experienced on that night. Although probably the throttle would come down a little bit on that. Anyway,
He's like, all right, now that we've talked about that stuff.
The other man says she doesn't want to get an abortion because she's Catholic, but she got pregnant before marriage, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. It is. Don't dare point out those problems. Don't dare point those problems out.
She was pretty good at fucking, so maybe I fuck her a couple more times.
Silver lining.
Silver lining. Finish up. Let's finish up what he has to say.
Would come down a little bit on that. Anyway, I don't want to bring her over here. I mean, she's an attractive white woman. She'd be fine, but still, immigration being what it is. Anyway, do I abandon my life and move to France, or do I stay here in the United States and abandon my responsibilities?
I'm sorry, it's just so crazy. It's like, move to France and marry her, or the thing he doesn't know, and that these guys, they don't know either, is that if she makes a case, which she can do, they will get the money from him.
Something in between. Okay. Love you. Kisses. Bye.
There's the most amount of middle ground between those two things.
I know.
Is crazy.
This is nuts.
Okay, wait.
Holy fuck.
So
this is making me fucking scared.
I've actually never.
What happened in London? Stop.
Thank God, nothing.
Dude, I don't know if I've ever heard. I've known plenty of people my entire life who got someone pregnant and then they were a dad and not expecting to be, and they didn't have means. So it's like now you're broke and you're trying to raise a kid and everything. I've never seen an international situation like this where you're like, I actually can't afford to come once a year.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for this
you're
kid.
saying you don't want to be a deadbeat dad, but I guess it depends on what a person's definition of deadbeat is.
You can't plan ahead and get a fucking $400 ticket, bro. You can't.
Is that $400 to fly to Paris? I mean, at best, he can willingly want to send money, but they're going to be able to get it from him.
Set aside a little money to visit. I mean,
how were you in France on the first? Because
he said it was a work trip.
He literally said it was half vacation, half work, because he was there, I guess, to research or something. So it's you've been before. Did that take 3 years to save up?
Yeah. I mean, also no condom, just in case. Also how much? I mean, did you nut inside a stranger with no condom?
That's honestly, that's some high risk living right there.
Because then it really is vacation.
Maybe he just thought he was gonna go and come back, and nobody was gonna get a hold of him, and that would be that.
Then you're really on a.
Then there's the whole disease aspect of that.
in a Jimmy Buffett vacation mindset. You're out. This is fucking nuts.
Man, I feel so genuinely ill because
tough.
then also he's like, I don't speak French. I don't have any way of like earning a living there.
Yeah, what is your job? He says.
Stack says, how would they get money for child support internationally if the woman is in France and he is in the U.S.? So what they're going to do, bro, is she's going to go to her authority over there in France, okay? And she's going to say, you know, the father of the child is so-and-so and lives over there. And because of the Hague Convention, they're going to get her information, his information, and they're going to fill out a very specific set of forms. And they're going to send over a request over to the U.S. authority that handles the Hague request, the international request there from the Hague, Accords. And once it hits this central, bureau, then they're going to send it to the state of residence where this guy lives at. Once it hits the state's going to find the county where this guy lives at, and they're going to send that request to that specific count. Every county has a child support agency, okay? Then that specific county child support agency is going to receive the request, and they're going to be like, okay, open up a child support case in this county at this agency going after this guy for child support for this kid, okay? Then they're going to file a lawsuit, a summons and complaint, and they're going to serve this guy with it if he doesn't respond to the phone calls, okay? And from there, then it's just a clock ticking timer, right? And again, this guy works. They're going to see this guy's income. Okay, so it's not, they're going to know where he works. They're going to know where to find him. They're going to get him served. So if he doesn't reply, they'll just default him as the father, regardless of paternity. Then they will have a legal judgment to be able to now collect child support. So then the agency that's in the U.S. will collect the money, and then they will send it overseas to her in France. Okay, then they'll do that every month, and it'll be just like a U.S. child support case, except the payee is in a different country. I saw them do that for women in the Philippines, Brazil, different countries. So that's how they will do it. Oikophobic is pointing out, don't forget paternity tests are illegal there too. Paternity tests, their private paternity tests are illegal. Court-ordered paternity tests are not illegal. But that doesn't matter. It doesn't have any bearing in this case because the French courts will not have jurisdiction on creating the order. It's going to be the American courts. So the American laws are going to be what's deciding this child support case. So if he disputes it and says, hey, I don't believe I'm the father, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, okay, they're going to immediately take his genetic test sample once he fills out, the paperwork, and that's going to get sent to the lab. Then they're going to send a request to France and say, hey, we need to do a genetic test for mom and the baby. And then the French authorities would compel her to do the genetic test at that point. And then however many weeks that takes to do that test, they'll get it done. And then once those results are done, if he's not the dad, they can issue a judgment of non-parentage. That's the end of that. The case closes. If he is, we're now going to have our judgment that says so-and-so owes money for this child born such and such date, and mom's the payee. In some states, the payee follows the child and, not whoever the custodial parent is. And then at that point, it's easy to send the money. Then you just send the money. You just get the account information. The agency looks for the payee. They have them fill out their account information. We can make long distance calls. It's not a big deal. And then the money will just start flowing at that point. And it has not much to do with France. It has to do with dealing with your own county child support agency. Obama signing that, the U.S. pretty much signing that and agreeing to that is what enables that. I used to remember when Hague Convention cases would come in, or Hague cases would come in to the agency, and we had a person that was specifically working on those. And then some of the international cases didn't even go through the Hague stuff. It was just cases. It was countries we didn't have reciprocity with, and they would just call us directly. Like somebody from Vietnam or the Philippines could just literally reach out to us via phone, and we would send them by email an application packet that they would then print out, fill out, and mail to us. And, as long as we had the signed document from them, an original signed document, we would open the case. They never had to set foot in the office. And then we would use the California guideline, calculate child support as if she and the child lived in California, and send all that money to the Philippines. That's big money for them over. I mean, I don't know the exchange rate, but they were making out pretty good, with that. So, so all of that stuff can be facilitated, and I've seen it get facilitated. So I thought this video was interesting because he's like confidently like, yeah, well, I don't think I'll have to pay that, but it's like, no, Gamer says, bless you, Shah, never stop these. Thank you, Gamer. Appreciate you, man. Okay, moving in. This is super interesting. Thank you, Oikophobic. The Hague does child support too. I thought it was more for child abduction and wrongful international custody. No, there's agreements in place for child support specifically.
He doesn't want to go into detail, but yeah, it sounds like he's a fucking like an academic, which oof.
I mean, it sounds like he doesn't want to go in detail because he doesn't want to be found.
Yeah, she can't come after me for child support.
He already mentioned the critical piece to getting found. He said she messaged me on my phone, on my cell phone. Now, if he means his actual cell phone number, then it's they found him already. He just doesn't know that. One of the hardest things with child support is finding people, but most people get found because of that. The cell phone number gives up the whole game.
Even phrasing it that way,
dude. Come after me, but also say you don't want to be a deadbeat dad. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like this is like the premier language of someone who's like lying about what they want to have happen.
For sure.
Because it's like, I don't want to be a deadbeat dad. Also, she'll never find me. It's like it's literally like when someone's sitting in interrogation in a cop movie and they're like, I didn't do anything. And you'll never find the body.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Come on, man.
How do you know I'll never find the body if you didn't do anything?
Because okay, let's say this woman is in America and you get her pregnant, she wants to keep the kid. You would probably, I don't know, maybe you would try and have a relationship with this person, but at the minimum, you would be like, okay, I will help with this kid, right? The fact you don't get an out because she's in France, like it's like
if he's hoping through like some like asterisk in the Geneva Conventions, he might.
Yeah. Well, he was close. The Hague, but yeah.
Like if you were in, let's say this motherfucker.
Oh no, yeah. He means in the sense of like getting away with it. No, they got that figured out.
He lives in New York and this girl's in France. If you were in New York and this girl's in fucking Southern California, that's about the same. It's just because the geography doesn't change what's happened here. You fucking asshole. You have a kid. It sucks. We all know the fucking risks when we nut. Okay, we all know them. You never think it's gonna be you. It's you, brother. Sorry, that sucks. That sucks dick. But you can't be a dead. You have to help out this woman with this kid. And you're thinking about fucking this lady, whatever. It's like, look.
Whole conversation is just like, Caesar Quintana says the Hague for parental child abduction is next to useless. Man, I hear you. It all goes down to enforcement. And it's like, if a country was asking the U.S. to do something, the U.S. has such strong enforcement mechanisms that they're going to be able to do it as like an afterthought. When it's the other way around to a country that has less of a, premier infrastructure or enforcement, infrastructure, you can say it's going to be, more of a toss up. But it like in this case, since the guy lives in the U.S., our child support system is so well oiled and sophisticated that once we get the request, it'll be done like that. You know what I mean? The other way around, it might be more challenging. So it's like the Hague stuff is really entirely dependent on which country is doing the enforcing. So to me, it's like it's all about the enforcement mechanisms.
I don't know what to tell you, but you have to decide: do you want to pursue some kind of relationship with this person? If yes, okay, then do that. Maybe you're long term, maybe you're visiting, maybe she's visiting, and maybe one of you ends up moving to the other's country. If you don't, then you will have separate lives, but you have to, at a minimum, provide financial support for what is your child. That's the two fucking options, dickhead. There's no secret third, oh, you're actually absolved of all your responsibilities. I don't know what to tell you. It sucks, but it happened to you, and be a fucking man. Step up, bro.
Also, you could learn French. You could learn French. It's learnable.
You could move. And by the way,
learn it with the kid.
Is it the worst thing to leave America, bro? I was in Europe. I honestly I was looking at Amsterdam like, this looks nice. Dude, I was thinking about moving to Greece and living in Greece and Amsterdam half the time, dude, and maybe visiting America fucking for 2 months a year or some shit to tour.
Shout out to the passport bros.
If it's also such a burden, you could just get married and then you would have your EU. Like, I mean, I feel like that's what he was alluding to. And it's like now it's at least easier for you to get in and you can stay for longer.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
everything.
Look, totally the option, but yes, but basically they boil down to try and have a relationship with somebody you don't even really know, which is a little weird. But fine, if you want to do that, you want to do that. I'm not judging. Or don't keep your life, but give her money. Those are literally your two options. There's no other option.
She could teach you French.
Dude.
Like she speaks
Duolingo, brother.
Yeah, like she literally speaks 2 languages for you to understand her.
Also, yeah, I mean that's none of these are the actual factors. The factors are he doesn't want to admit that he's a fucking dad now, and you are, bro. You are. This motherfucker's gonna send her like champagne, hope she just fucking drinks the pregnancy away.
It is crazy that
Catholic
as a
oh gosh, I don't even at this point. I just feel like the situation is, we all know at this point it's just at a situation, and it's like, what's he gonna do? The part he doesn't know is that they will get him from child support, and if he plays this tough ass game and then suddenly they start getting the money and then he's going to want to change his tune and then she's going to be like, screw you for real now. I'll just take the money. I actually don't want to deal with you. Then he's in real trouble.
As a new dad, like as someone who's going to be a dad, right?
Yeah.
That like,
I mean, it's already, a situation. Oikophobic says, did anyone catch, he said, do I leave my wife at the end of the message? Wait, does he have a wife right now? I didn't catch that. I might have missed that.
It is crazy that
Catholic
as a new dad.
Maybe he did say that. That's crazy. It's crazy if he did. They probably didn't catch it themselves.
Like as someone who's gonna be a dad, right?
Yeah.
That like, I can see how as a guy in another country, you could convince yourself you're not a dad because you don't have to be there.
Sure, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, but it's like I guess you just never go to France again?
Yeah, look, dude, if this were me, I don't fucking know. But I mean,
do you think you'd move?
I wouldn't move, but I would be a part of this person's life. I mean, I guess if it were me, well, I guess take being rich out of it, because if it were me, I'd be like, all right, I guess I have a fucking kid. I guess I'm going to France 3 times a year. Fuck, I guess got to work the funny bones more now. I guess I got to be on the road 30% more than I wanted to. Eldest, forget about that raise. I gotta send a kid to private school in Lyon. But like, if I'm just me making an okay living, I would just be like, all right, I guess I would initially talk to this person, see what we have, see if we have any common ground. I guess you sort of would just, if you're single and nothing else is going on, you kind of like this person, I would give it the college try and see, like, maybe this was just the random way.
Stack says it started out super funny, but it really took a scary turn fast. Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's just because the situation is just so, you know.
Way that like I found who I was supposed to be with. If that didn't happen, then I'd be like, okay, we're not meant to be together, but obviously I'm not going to abandon my kid. Here's an agreed upon amount of money. And I would also.
That's another thing too. I mean, you know, it's just like, okay, say he can get away with it or whatever. I mean, no, not really. If she asks for it, she's going to get it. But there's just this thing that like, you know, I'm sure knowing that he has a child out there it's like, I don't think that's something you just get over or that doesn't bother you. I'm sure he's going to be like, okay, I got to do something about this. And he's going to want to try to do something, you know, I don't know. I just think that it would, you know, it would be something that definitely bothers you.
Try and be a part of the kid's life. Maybe I'd visit, maybe I'd ask, you know, have that kid visit here. That's what you do, man. You find a middle ground and you make the best of it. That's what you get for nutting in a stranger on a work trip, bro. Let this be I wish we had a condom sponsor. I mean, how good would that be right now?
I mean, I feel like.
What about you? What would you do?
I don't know. I mean, admittedly, if I was in his position, I don't know. I might move.
Interesting.
Because the thing about like, if you care about being in the kid's life and everything, like you still have tons of options as far as like if you don't have the money to like visit a lot, then you probably don't have the money to bring her here.
True.
But you could go over there.
True.
And like, you know, people are either going to know what I'm talking about or not know what I'm like. Maybe I don't know what I'm saying, but by and large, I feel like in France, outside of like proper in Paris, like in New York, France is like pretty affordable, I thought. Like, I mean, they're not having the best economy right now, but like the structures in Europe around how much people pay for things. When you visit, you're like, oh wait, okay, it was very expensive to get over here.
Yeah.
You're like, it was very expensive to get over here, but to actually like live here, relative to how we live.
That's another thing about vacation. I mean, I know he said it was a work trip, but it's like, you know, you go on vacation or something, and it's just like I don't understand people who want to go on vacation and do extremely risky things. You know what I mean? It's like I want to go to vacation and, God willing, just come back with, you know, just having had a chill time and saw some cool things and ate some good food and maybe got a souvenir or two. But doing high risk stuff like that in a place that you don't live just doesn't, you know, doesn't exactly seem like my cup of tea. You know, like I want to go see some museums and visit some historical sites and maybe meet some interesting folks and or something and try some new things and see some items that maybe I've seen before but are at much lower prices, or items I've never seen before also at reasonable prices. Maybe bring some of that stuff back or just take some pictures, you know, but like going on vacation and then like having to do extra is always just like not, I mean, that does not sound like, you know, there's got to be a party that's like, oh gosh, you know, like we're having such a good trip. Like, am I really gonna do this right now? You know, maybe just relax. But, you know, I guess it sounds like he kind of met her somewhere and it just sort of ended up that way. You know, not to take accountability away, but it's just one thing, and there you go.
It's not that bad. They haven't screwed their people out of like everything.
No, true. And there's a basic social safety net and all this other shit. That's a good point. Maybe it is just an opportunity to fucking say fuck it and move. But hey, brother, you got to make a decision one way or the other. Good luck, pal.
This is what Before Sunrise should have actually been. Ethan Hawke knocks her up, and then the next two movies are like them fighting through a divorce.
Yeah.
Gosh. That's crazy. We'll read the comments here real quick. I know Dan the Man said he added. Oh, okay, there's Dan the Man. Dan the Man said he added himself to the image. Thanks for the image, man. I love it when you guys put stuff in. We do got to read the comments on that. Having a kid that's not being raised under your roof is a loss. Just let her have it and call it a wash. Yeah, I was just, you know, it's probably, that's, you know, probably for the sake of whatever it's going to be. But there's probably a part of you that's just like, oh man, you know, I got a kid out there somewhere. It would probably still be this kind of long distance arrangement, but you know, I'm sure there'd probably be a relationship there somewhere. People think the consequences of their actions won't follow them home, Shah. Yep. I think that's probably what it is. I did a lot of travel. Dealing with the woman was never on my to-do list. Then again, I was married, so there's that too. But even if I weren't, those things only complicate everything else. Yeah, it does. It just adds this thing, and it's just like, I don't know. You know what I mean? And I think also if like you date at home and that's enough, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you get some dates around here and that's cool. So it's like, you're not worried about that so much. Because then otherwise, I don't know. It's just like, it just seems like it could be a pretty risky thing to do. I mean, hanging out or going somewhere, you know, even, I don't know, something like that. But some of this, just being that high risk just doesn't seem like, you know. But let's check out the comments on this. Hey, look, top comment's me, and it's got 1,100 likes. What did this guy say? Okay, I listened to this, and I was just like, oh, I got a comment. And I was like, he's wrong. They can and will totally get child support from him. The U.S. has a reciprocity agreement with France about child support through the Hague Convention. It'll be calculated by his state's family codes. I worked at a child support agency and saw international cases, and it got a lot of discussion on it. A lot of people were like, some people were doubting me. Other people were like, wow, that's crazy. Like this person right here said something. He's in America. He can easily ignore all that. You can't just say so and so is the father in America without proof. Different countries, different rules. My biological father never paid child support. He was in the States my whole life. So whatever you're thinking is bullshit. So that person doesn't know what they're talking about. I even asked them too. I was like, what country are you in? But they didn't want to respond. He is in America. I said, what year was your child born? You know, and the reason I asked that was because those accords were signed in 2007. So if she's just like, oh, this happened in the 80s or the 90s, we'll be like, yeah, that's different. My reply is under your comment. Oh, are you in there, Dan the Man? Dang it. I might have to hit newest comments. Sometimes they do that. See? Oh, crap. Now I can't see the other one. I hope it shows up, man. Oh, gosh. Sorry, Dan the Man. It's not showing up. But yeah. And then someone says, uncatholic enough to raw dog a one-night stand, but too Catholic to abort. Many such cases. That's kind of... Somebody said something like that earlier. No, I didn't reply. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, what are the replies in your comment? My bad, man. Yeah, I mean, there are some okay replies. Some says it's a process, even with the Hague country, and it's handled by a government ministry on the Euro side, not really known for efficiency. Also possible the U.S. State Department takes their sweet time on these under the current admin. I said U.S. side will act fast. The French side is slow. If it was the opposite direction, it would take a while. But since U.S. is making the order, they will do it way quicker. Says this guy is American, though, so wouldn't the French mother have to initiate the process? I said, yup, and the U.S. will make it easy for her. Okay, I see what you mean. They will at least have to do a DNA test. Yeah, since it's illegal in France without a court order, you can get away with some real scumbaggery and just deny. Serious question. What would happen if this guy wasn't American or from a reciprocal country? I said, oh my gosh, well, she'd be out of luck. For example, America doesn't have reciprocity with Mexico. So whenever we had a case where mom would tell us he went back to Mexico, it was standard procedure to just close the case down because we weren't going to be able to do anything about it. So yeah, just stuff like that. Guy like me, I'm marrying the French chick, pumping out 2 or 3 more kids and living in the French countryside for the rest of my days. Also, hilarious that caller implied that there wasn't a single condom in all of France. He doesn't want to be a deadbeat dad. He wants someone to convince him it's okay to be a deadbeat dad. Not gonna lie, this is a good premise for a Netflix series. Broke American accidentally knocks up foreigner and moves to Paris to start a life together while simultaneously running from his problems back home. Starring Jeremy Allen White. Fun fact, France banned paternity DNA testing unless ordered by the court to preserve the French household. Joss's face is the most accurate reaction to these messages I've ever seen. Dude, if you're an academic in the US and have the opportunity to go to France, take it now. If a Chinese man named like Nick Mullen can learn English, then this guy should be able to learn French. Moving to France and being a dad would be kind of sick. He's looking for someone to give him permission to be a deadbeat so he can deflect blame and feel better about himself. Is he talking about a condom? Jay Johnson yet to realize what he got himself into. Let's see. Missing a critical bit of equipment. Nah, bro, was missing some critical thinking. That's what he was missing. Also, this guy is 1,000% wrong, and the U.S. State Department has an office specifically for child support, and France is a member of the Hague Convention. Yeah, so this guy got it too. Yeah, so anyways, I thought it'd been a while since we did a kind of child support story. So I saw that one and figured it was a good time for an education piece. But I think we got to get some music in order here, and we'll go ahead and get the show wound down. Let's see here. Where's my music? And by my music, I mean the community's music. Okay, Shah's Bold Endeavor. We had a fun stream, guys. Man, I love that the weather's getting colder, too. It makes this song even more enjoyable for me. Because it's got those kind of like, you know, winter holiday vibes going on. Try doing a find on page. Oh, yeah. I was just curious what people said about the comment. Okay, yeah. Dan didn't reply. Guys, I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your weekend. Trevor. I don't know. I know he had to leave, but if you do see this, I'm going to make sure to get some pizza. Might not be tomorrow, but the pizza is coming. Pizza is coming. I can't wait to get me some pizza. That sounds so good. And I can't wait to have half the pizza to take home and then eat the pizza while I'm watching my CRT television and playing retro video games. I hope everybody enjoyed the night and learned something new, or at least had a good time hanging out. I appreciate everybody that was here, man, and everybody who hit the like button. 35 likes. That's pretty good for a stream. And I appreciate the super chats, of course. Giovanni English, Caesar Quintana, Trevor. Thank you again for those. Means a lot to me. I appreciate that. I wonder how many guys that Catholic girl called and spun that story to, and which simp is going to step up. Yeah, he should definitely ask for the genetic test on that for sure. WStream, WChat. Thank you, Giovanni. WStream. I had fun with the images. WStream, WChat, and WDiscord images. Thank you, man. I enjoyed the images a lot, too, man. I love it when you guys do that. It's great to be able to have more visuals to show. And in real time like that, it's always fun. So, thank you for that good show, Shah. Thank you, Oikophobic. Appreciate you for hanging out as long as you did. I know you guys are busy and doing stuff. Man, it feels good. I feel like we haven't heard this song in a little bit of time. I gotta get this one posted too, Mr. Pitt. So I'm gonna get some of those photos from the Discord and I'll try to do a slideshow. After I post this song, I'm gonna post Deadbeat Woman. We need to get these songs on to the channel so folks can listen to it. And then maybe get a kind of playlist going. That caller didn't have the oh yeah, he did not have the stomach. Oh, we forgot to play that one.
Do you have the stomach?
There we go. We at least made it once for the stream. That's a good sound effect. Shout out to Coach for that. And I know that's sugar free. Klaus says, great stream. Have a nice evening, everybody. Thank you, Klaus. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Let's see. Working away. Well, I'm glad I can keep you company while you're working. I hope I wasn't too distracting. Sure, it's nice to have something on in the background, depending on what you're doing. It's great seeing everybody in here. Karen Takar, I know he was in here too. It's great seeing him. Dan the Man. Are you going to use the images of Mr. Pitt as a pit bull? I think if Mr. Pitt is okay with me using those images, I would definitely do that. Unless he wants to be depicted another way, you know, that's cool. I think the pit bull imagery is cool, but you know, I'll probably, before I make the final video, I'll kind of do what I did with you, Dan, and just give Mr. Pitt a final call on it, you know. It's fun to involve you guys with that, you know, because when it gets posted, it's just cool, you know. So, man, I'm really looking forward to the holidays, man. Halloween's going to be great. I got a Where's Waldo costume. Part of me thought about buying... Oh, man, tempted to play another song, but I should probably call it... You know what? We'll just play this one again, and I'll call it like halfway through. I was tempted to buy a male witch costume because I have this funny thought in my head that anybody who's a men's rights activist is basically like a male witch. Like if people have any inkling that you are an MRA, they're like, oh my God, he's a witch, basically. It's like that level, you know, of like funniness or ridiculousness. So, I don't know. All that being said, I'll probably just be home anyways, handing out Halloween candy when that comes up. Is Halloween on a Saturday? When is Halloween? Oh, Halloween's on a Friday night. Okay, that's good. So our stream will be the 1st. Yeah, so we'll be all right. We got 2 more Saturdays in the October, so we're doing good. And we're going to get some fun stuff to talk about. I like thinking about the stream throughout the week. I do want to get y'all some standalone videos. I know I keep saying that. So I really need to just double down on the standalones. Anyways, guys, it was been a pleasure. I'll go ahead and call it end the stream. And salute to you folks out there. We'll see you on the next one. Real quick, Dan the Man says, with holidays coming, we need a Christmas or other holiday gold pill dowry. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot, Dan. All that misogyny ruining your dating adventure. I know, right? So far, it's going okay, Luke. It's going okay right now. It's going okay. That was the one-off where she found my YouTube channel, but we'll be all right. It's on Friday. What are you doing? What are you going as, Shah? I got a Where's Waldo costume right there. Might do that. Or I might be a male witch if I actually went anywhere. I like the idea of a big hat with like some black robes. I think I could pull that off. Like, you know, wizard style. We need to craft one about Saint Nick for dowries. Oh, that would be very Christmas appropriate right there. Yeah. I like that. Saint Nick perhaps? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, no pressure, guys, but if you guys feel inspired, you know, I would love that. So, you know, we'll definitely play them. But we always need more tracks for the Gold Pill album. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to get a bite to eat. Then I'm probably going to sit down with a cup of tea and watch my CRT for a bit. You folks have a fantastic rest of your evening. I appreciate everybody that was here. And I can't wait to eat me some pizza.